Hello and welcome to today's show. Another bad apologetics. We know that people want more and more bad apologetics, and the last few episodes have been on things related to kind of like politics and culture wars a bit more. So today we're back on standard sort of religious apologetics argument and responses. So today, maybe a little bit different from some of the bad apologetics we've done in the past, where we're looking more directly at arguments people give, or arguments at least apologists give for theism. And today we're going to be looking at an argument for atheism and some of the responses that are given to that argument by apologists, to see whether or not we think that they're kind of like good or successful objections. I mean, save you 6 hours, probably not going to be amazing, right? but just to start off, maybe with this argument, do you want to say, James, whether like what do you sort of? I mean, we'll introduce the hiddenness argument in a second, but is this an argument that you find like personally persuasive? Is it something that has featured in your thinking a lot around kind of like questions of theism?
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to say that the reason the stream was delayed today was because we were giving
Yeah.
you an illustration of divine hiddenness by hiding ourselves and seeing how you responded, right? You know, it's important to build your character and the anticipation and everything like that. So hopefully that was effective.
Yeah.
And to answer to answer your question, Nathan, I do actually find the divine hiddenness quite compelling argument, and probably one of the reasons this is my own experience of. When I was considering my Mormon faith as to trying to reach out to God essentially and feel his presence or answering my questions and so forth, and I'm never really feeling or experiencing much of anything, and of course also talking to people over the years about their own experiences, and then my readings of history illustrating to me how varied and changeable are people's ideas of God and religion over time and place, and then comparing all of that to what many theists claim about God and his nature and what he wants and intends. It just, to me, it kind of doesn't add up. And I think Schellenberg does a good job at kind of formalizing that idea, that intuition. And there's some other developments of the argument too that we'll talk about. And yeah, so I think it's a pretty good argument against any kind of God who wants to be known. At least, I suppose, if you're a strict deist and God simply creates and then disappears, this argument won't be relevant. But there don't seem to be too many of those around. So for most of the actual types of God that people believe in, I think that this is a pretty strong argument.
Yeah, I think I broadly agree with that. I think that the considerations, even if the argument in its abstract sense doesn't do that much for you, I think sort of like maybe focusing on what the argument's trying to communicate can have quite a lot of impact for people personally, right? As they then come to consider whether or not the type of relationship that they might think that they have with God as a theist is what is more or less expected given the sort of like claims of theism, right? I will say in the abstract sense, like in the sort of pure philosophy context, right? I don't find the argument that persuasive purely because of like a criticism that we frequently raise against other theistic arguments, which is just how underspecified theism is. So I think that when we're talking in this purely abstract sense, it's so, the concept of theism is so malleable. It's so easy to kind of like storytell around it that I think that people can kind of render themselves, these kind of like just so reasons why God would remain hidden or whatever. And I think insofar as an argument's purpose is to persuade someone of its conclusion, well, if someone's sufficiently kind of like motivated with their theism, I think they're probably not going to bite the bullets on this, and they'll just kind of like adopt some weird story about God's reasons instead. So I think in that abstract sense it's not as persuasive, but I think that the considerations can have like more import in people's personal religious lives as they think about these things. I don't know if there's anything useful in that observation, but there we go. So, I thought we could begin just by introducing the argument as Schellenberg. Let me zoom in a little bit because you can't probably see that very well. As Schellenberg gives it, and this is a presentation that's given in. So Schellenberg has done a few works related to this. So there's one called like Divine Hiddenness and Human Reason. There's few more formal papers, and this is like an accessible 120 or so page book that Schellenberg's written, kind of aimed at all levels. And in this, what's it called? Divine Hiddenness, Philosophy's New Challenge to Belief in God, something like that. So here's the way the argument goes. If a perfectly loving God exists, then there exists a God who's always open to a personal relationship with any finite person. And so you can see here in this premise, that this notion of God being perfectly loving is fairly important to the way that the argument works. And the idea here is that love is relational. People usually hear, Christian theists talk about things like the Trinity, or even when responding to the problem of evil, or kind of challenges around why would God create anything at all rather than exist in a state of perfection. They'll often offer kind of considerations about God being relational and wanting relational relationships with humans and things like that. So the idea here is that there's something to love that is fundamentally relational. So if there exists a God who is always open to a personal relationship with any finite person, then no finite person is ever non-resistantly in a state of non-belief in relation to the proposition that God exists. If a perfectly loving God exists, then no finite person is ever non-resistantly in a state of non-belief in relation to the proposition God exists. So that's just those two collapsed together. Some finite persons are or have been non-resistantly in a state of non-belief in relation to the proposition God exists. So from that, no perfectly loving God exists. So that's just like a modus tollens along these. And then if no perfectly loving God exists, then God does not exist. So God does not exist. And then I think 6 and 7 here, again, that's where this deductive form of the argument could get a little tricky, because obviously people can have, various different models of God that are not going to have this kind of idea of perfect love or ultimism, as Schellenberg kind of talks about, built in. And then there are different presentations of the argument that people give as well. So this is obviously quite a strong, like, deductive form of the argument. Sometimes people are going to give, evidential forms and say, well, this should sort of move the dial in one direction rather than it kind of giving us certainty in its conclusion or something like that. But that is the form of the argument for people who aren't aware. Anything you want to say about that, James? Or happy?
Yeah, well, so this is framed as a deductive argument. I'm generally not a fan of these, but I think if you're just a fan of that form of these sorts of arguments in philosophy, but I think if you just sort of see this as the framework for explicating the idea, then it's helpful. And the other thing you mention is that you do need this notion of a perfectly loving God who's open to personal relationship. And as I mentioned earlier, I certainly not all concepts of God require this or have this as a feature. And so this argument doesn't apply to those. But I'm personally not particularly interested in exactly what the boundary conditions are of what counts as God or what types of God this does or doesn't rule out, because at least in my experience, most of the types of God that people are interested in defending are going to come under this condition, because they're types of God that fit into revealed religions of some form. And it appears there that God is desiring to interact with humans in a significant way. So, yeah, I think the argument goes through in those cases, which is what I'm mostly interested in anyway.
Yeah, I will say as well, like, another from the perspective of reading this book, another sort of criticism, I guess, that I would have of at least the way that Schellenberg is presenting it is that he seems to be adopting, he's adopting a lot of the kind of standard tropes of philosophy of religion, which I'm kind of against, in terms of thinking that, the trading of these deductive arguments is something that's going to be like particularly fruitful and stuff like that. So there are kind of grounds, I think, where you can disagree with the way that Schellenberg's presenting this, but I think still get some insights out of the argument that might, shape your thinking about whether or not God exists here as well. So,
Yeah, well, when I talk about divine hiddenness, I don't necessarily mean precisely this formulation. I think this is a helpful formulation, but divine hiddenness is not limited to the way Schellenberg presents it.
Right. That's a good point. So first video that you've put in, there are a couple of other points from the book that I may bring up later. Divine Hiddenness, a Christian response. So this is the IP video, right?
So yes. Although, yeah, let's start with that.
So when was this? 5 years ago now. Cool. And I can speed it up if it's. Let's see the pace of IP's voice before I.
Why does God hide? If God loves us and desires that none should perish, then why is there unbelief? Why can't God make his existence known to all, so all can know the truth and decide to be saved or not? This has been called the problem of divine hiddenness, and it puzzles many believers.
I guess maybe a point just to raise initially is that it's not exactly, this would obviously be, I suppose, a subset of the problem of hiddenness, the idea of like, why are people not being saved? But I think it's more so the sense of absence generally, right? Like the fact that people are not just it. For example, with you, I've never really been in doubt as to your existence, right? And you're not unlimited in various sorts of ways in terms of your power or benevolence, contrary to the rumors. And so the question is, with theism, why is it that people seem to be able to enter this state where they're so uncertain as to even the existence of God, right? To even feel that there is an entity to be in relation to, whatever that would even mean for this type of entity. So even though it would be a subset of that problem, like being saved if there's some kind of salvation plan, I think that's maybe a narrower kind of like version of the argument too.
That's a good point. And so I think it's helpful to consider what a lot of some Christians say about Christianity as being a relationship with God or with Jesus. If you think about that in terms of divine hiddenness, I think it is helpful because you ask the question, well, why is God so bad at relating to humans? Because it seems that most humans don't really know he exists, or if they think he exists, they have wildly incorrect beliefs about him. I think it actually works even better if you think about Jesus specifically, right? Because if Jesus's goal is to have a relationship with everyone, why has he sort of failed to achieve that spectacularly, and that most people throughout human existence have apparently not had anything like a relationship with him? That seems kind of unexpected as an observation. And so that's how I prefer to think about divine hiddenness as an argument, as a sort of an inference of the best explanation about why we'll actually talk more about this later with different versions of the argument, but an inference of the best explanation about why we see the pattern of beliefs and behaviors relating to religion that we do have, which seems to be very unexpected given, say, Christian or other religious claims about the desires and intentions and powers of God. And so we'll see in these couple of responses that we look at that a lot of the responses that have been made to the argument from divine hiddenness appeal to the idea that God isn't just interested in us believing that he exists. He's interested in having a relationship. But I guess what I want to emphasize throughout is, if God wants to have a relationship, or let's say if Jesus wants to have a relationship with everyone, then why are so many people confused about this fact? Why is God seemingly so bad at doing this compared to how easy it is for humans to have a relationship with each other, right? It seems that God hasn't even reached the step where we even know if we're talking to anyone.
I think particularly with, the type of free will responses that some people give here as well. And also the moral blameworthiness of the lack of belief, where it's like, well, you don't want to have that relationship, something like that. I can't see why being aware of the person's existence would be a problem for rejecting that relationship, right? Because suppose that it's morally blameworthy to reject God, and that's what atheists do out of their hatred of the good or something like that. Well, then you'd think it. I would think, I wouldn't say you, but I would think that it would be less morally blameworthy if that person's genuinely unsure as to the existence of the entity they're supposedly rejecting.
Yeah, well, we can
opposed
talk
to if
about that
they're-
when. Sorry, we can talk about that more when
it comes up.
yeah, he raises that point.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
as well as non-believers. Some consider it to be on par with the problem of
Let me know. I'll speed it up a little bit, and if
Yeah,
it
maybe
sounds
125.
kind of
I was
weird-
thinking.
And for those commenters, because we always get this comment, this is not to make IP sound silly. It's just for the sake of shortness.
evil. I'm not sure about that, but either way, it needs to be addressed. J.L. Schellenberg's argument runs like this. Premise 1. If there is a God, he is perfectly loving. If a perfectly loving God exists, reasonable non-belief does not occur. Reasonable non-belief occurs. Therefore, no perfectly loving God exists, and hence, there is no God. Obviously, theists accept premise 1. The real issues are with premises 2 and 3. Schellenberg says,
When he says obvious, I mean, again, I'm not so sure, right? And this is part of my problem with this argument in the abstract sense is, as I've said, how unspecified like concepts of God are, such that when I consider like ultimate perfection or something, I'm not really that sure what I'm talking or thinking about. I can appeal to intuitions about what I think really good people would do. So, if I think like there's a really good person that wants a relationship with someone, well, I'm not going to predict that they will hide themselves in any kind of way. And so I'm kind of using that as an analogy to bootstrap my thinking about this first premise. But if I'm being really honest with myself, I don't, when I say like perfectly loving, I don't even know that I would actually know what that means. And I want to be consistent on that point if I'm going to raise that in fine-tuning arguments and so forth as a problem too.
Oh, I completely agree. And I think that's sort of a meta objection I have to almost all natural theology is that I don't know where we get any ideas from, or let me rephrase that. I know where we get some of our ideas from about the nature of a perfect being, and I'm highly distrustful of them, right? And also there is a great deal of variation from person to person about what their intuitions are, and they seem pretty ungrounded to me. So I think that the whole exercise is vastly underspecified. And so the problem with that, and this raises a meta point about how you go about these discussions, because the problem with that is that if you take that objection very seriously, it kind of means that other than that objection, that it's too underspecified, you can't really give any arguments against the existence of God, because what can you say against the existence of something that's so poorly specified, right?
Yeah.
Any argument that you could raise would be presupposing something about the God in question, which could, potentially be denied. So I think that there's a value in doing that, but I don't think that the counter apologist or the skeptic should be hamstrung in only arguing like that, because, well, for a number of reasons, but one is that it's often unconvincing to people just to say that their worldview is underdefined or poorly defined. People often want concrete objections to specific things that they believe, and also concrete alternatives are often quite persuasive as a way of illustrating different ways of thinking about things. So I think that it's perfectly fine to just grant, for the sake of argument, various assumptions about the nature of God or what God would want, if doing so can help you to illustrate a particular point in a particular context. So I don't know whether God would have to be perfectly loving or really what that would mean, nor do I know if a perfectly loving being would necessarily want to have any relationship with beings like us. I mean, for all I would know, a perfectly loving being would just leave us alone, because that's the best way of looking after us, right? Just like the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon, we kind of leave them alone because we don't actually think that we can make their lives better in a way that wouldn't destroy their culture and so forth. Maybe that's what God does to us, right? Like this is the point. You can kind of make any argument you want to, but for the purpose of this argument, I'm happy to just go with premise 1 to illustrate the point that within the worldview of many believers in revealed religion, there are tensions with the way the world actually is that don't seem consistent with the premises that they've adopted.
Yeah. I think that is broadly right, particularly from the point of view of persuading someone. I think there's so many errors in constructing like a rigid framework of certainty for a kind of like theistic worldview, right? Because there is so much epistemic uncertainty in so many different places that when people adopt a worldview kind of like IPs or something like that, you need to make so many risky steps to make it piece together in this way of having this kind of like cognitive certainty and these clear responses to all sorts of objections and things. I do think, though, I think that what this does is it gets people in philosophy of religion discourse used to making these confident proclamations about these very, very underspecified concepts, such that the standards of the discipline then are kind of like set up in a way where someone might come along after a few years and feel very confident saying something like, well, when I consult my intuitions on this, the concept of ultimate perfection contains creating Beth to infinite people. And I'm so, I'm just like, what the hell?
Yes.
And that's why I want to always be cautious about those, condoning those kind of steps and things, because I want to dissuade people from adopting standards in philosophy of religion that lead to that kind of thinking about things. But
yeah, that's a fair point, and we've talked at length about that. And I agree. I think better forms of this argument are constructed as abductive arguments, so essentially inferences to the best explanation of certain empirical phenomena. And we can talk more about that at the end. Interestingly, though, neither Craig nor Inspiring Philosophy kind of raise that style of objection. Well, Craig really wouldn't, because he likes to formulate arguments like this.
Yeah.
Although he's done inference the best explanation as well. But yeah, I don't know that he has a principled reason for preferring one or the other. I think he just chooses whatever he thinks is effective.
Except premise 1. The real issues are with premises 2 and 3. Schellenberg says, what a loving God has reason to do is provide us with evidence sufficient for belief. One of the consequences of this is that moral freedom need not be infringed in order for God to be disclosed in the relevant sense. So the argument is God ought to provide enough evidence for each individual to at least know that he exists. This doesn't necessarily have to be forced upon someone and infringe upon their freedom. But God is hidden to the point where many humans cannot make a reasonable choice to follow him or not. So if God exists, many are damned, cannot find ultimate fulfillment, and are left in ignorance, all because God hides and keeps it.
Yeah, like IP's really bringing this damned point in himself, I don't think. I mean, obviously it's kind of relevant to specific theisms, but it's not really featured that much in anything I've read by Schellenberg, to be honest.
It's not essential to the argument, because it doesn't matter what you think about the afterlife. You can still run this argument as long as you think it's relevant to any form of theism that contends that God has a reason to, or would want to, or does want to form some kind of relationship with us.
So on the charitable side of things, right, I suppose maybe considering that the fact that people will be damned, the stakes being higher or something like that, is going to be more relevant to most people's reason to care about this argument at all, or something like that. But on the sort of uncharitable side of IP raising this, I suppose I'd say that is going to make the argument weaker, because it's going to be like this more specific claim, rather than I think like this very. I think the reason that hiddenness can work as an argument is because it's this very modest claim just about people, just about having a relationship with God, right? Generally, or God appearing to people, rather than it being about like whether or not people are blameworthy, such that a God would be justified sending people to hell or something like that, which I think can get way more involved.
His presence known to only some. How could an all-loving God exist if he doesn't make his presence known to all? I think the first problem with this argument is it assumes too little about humanity, and so it assumes too much about the role of God. What I mean is, one is assuming humans are so reasonable that if they were given the proper evidence, they would simply believe God exists. Our everyday experiences.
I love it when Christians or Christian apologists make this argument that people are not always responsive to rational evidence. Because then you can just play these bits of videos when they start arguing about the resurrection and that Jesus' disciples would never have believed in him having resurrected without sufficient evidence. It's absolute talking out of both sides of their mouth. It's very amusing to me.
I think there's something weird going on here. I think there's something like an equivocation on the word evidence, right? Or maybe it's not exactly an equivocation, but there's at least a slight polysemy at play where there's evidence in the sense of purely rational reflection in terms of on arguments and things like that, right? And so and that seems to be, it's like the way that IP's using the word evidence here, where he's kind of thinking, well, God would give people evidence in this sense, and then the onus would be on people to respond rationally to that type of evidence such that they believe in God's existence in this abstract sense. But I think there's this other sense of evidence in terms of sort of what people's experience of the world is like, or something like that, which is it not rational consideration of reasons or something. And I think that that's the relevant sense of evidence here, where it should just be kind of like manifestly obvious to people. You know, like it's obvious to me in my experience of the world that everyone who I think exists just through like sort of seeing them, interacting with them, stuff like that. Obviously, my sense perception, that it can get more tricky here because I don't think my sense perception doesn't come with theory-based assumptions about the world that I'm making, about what it is that I'm perceiving, and so on. But I think that this is the sense of evidence, right? Is that like it should be super, super obvious that God exists to me in my experiences, in the type of evidence that I have in my lived experience, rather than like I'm born with a priori the Kalam cosmological argument in my head or something. Which
the thing is, I don't know that the divine hiddenness argument prescribes. I'm not exactly sure what.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't prescribe what form of evidence it could take. It could be
you're right.
You are born with innate knowledge. It could be it's something like the sun, where just sort of no one questions its existence because it's just so obvious in our lives. It could also be that it doesn't really take the form of. It could be the sensus divinitatis, right? That what is it, Plantinga talks about, but like one that actually worked cross-culturally and reliably delivering beliefs about God's nature and, Jesus' sacrifice or something like that, right? So I'm not even too prescriptive about this. I don't think that, although I do think that if God existed with certain reasonable assumptions, he would want us to have rationally based beliefs and wouldn't encourage sort of superstition. But even if you don't agree with that, if God wanted to establish a relationship with everyone, then a minimal condition is that they, in whatever capacity they're able to, have a belief in his existence and are able to relate to him. So whether that's through rational evidence or something else, God would do the job that way, or like could do the job that way, right? Yeah. So I think that this focus on, everyone would need to have sufficient evidence or access to good arguments or something is kind of missing the point. It's more just that you would expect that God would be able to make it known to everyone in a way that's comprehensible to them, that he exists and sort of minimal properties that he has. And it doesn't seem that that's the case.
Yeah. So you're definitely right. That it's inclusive of both those senses of that the argument's inclusive of both those senses of evidence. Now, I think what's going on here with IP though is that he's presenting it as if he's now in trying to smooth over the cracks for people who are Christians and are kind of like considering this argument, right? He's presenting it as though the only relevant sense of evidence is this like rational consideration sense. And then he's telling a story about how, well, look, you've engaged with lots of nasty atheists. Even if they were given good arguments, they would dismiss them, and so you can see why God would be hidden to people, because they would just reject those reasons that they were given. And that's the relevant consideration here for thinking about hiddenness if you're a theist. And I think that is not a comprehensive way to think about the argument and how it's working. I think that's kind of like a bit of preemptive copy response would be my criticism.
Yeah, we'll see this in Craig's response as well, which at least part of which seems to presuppose that the proponent of divine hiddenness is asking for better evidence or arguments in a rationalist kind of sense, which they may do in part, but the argument's much broader than that. It's simply asking for or saying that we would expect to see much broader accessibility of the notion of God's existence and certain basic properties, which we don't seem to, and that's not restricting the form that takes. So saying that, for example, if you want to say that, well, most people aren't convinced by rational arguments, even if they don't have counters to them or whatever, we can accept that and say, well, okay, well, if God made humanity such that we are typically, or God knew that we would fall, I don't know how you know, through the fall we'll become corrupted, so that we're not receptive to that type of argument. Well, God's omnipotent, so he knows how to appeal to us even in our fallen state, right? So that's what I would expect him to do.
There's a special sentence. There's a special sentence. The noetic effects of sin. That's what they love to say. I was like, there's a weird sentence that Craig and stuff say about that. Noetic. I never heard the word noetic outside of
What does it mean?
I'm not sure.
Of the intellect.
Okay.
To think. Source of from Noah's mind. There you go.
Okay, let's continue.
Should be enough to give a suspicion of this idea. Here's an example from my personal experience. About 6 months ago on September 1st, I posted a link to an article from The Guardian on how religion is not declining globally. An atheist jumped on to tell me that there is a correlation between being religious and being uneducated. I responded by citing some meta-analysis studies showing religion is positively associated with...
And as we know, IP loves his meta-analyses, but hates his first order.
IP is not very good in my experience at correctly synthesizing literature in cases where I've looked into it, which is not... I've not looked into this one specifically, but in other cases...
we can't comment on this, but I think the point that I'm making, and this is not a very nice point, but it's something I find funny about the way IP thinks about things, is that it's like he kind of discovered the word meta-analysis or something, and he's always like bringing up meta-analyses, but very rarely have I found he's actually engaging with like first order evidence in a good way.
Although it's not just reading the titles, it's not obvious how these studies could substantiate his claim. Yeah. For example, a meta-analysis looked at 41 separate studies and found Catholic and Protestant school students do better than their counterparts in public schools. So that doesn't really tell us anything about whether religiosity is associated with intelligence. That's a completely different claim about people who are placed in different school contexts, right? We don't even know if there's a religiosity difference between those based on that title, and I doubt that they would have measured that in this survey.
Well, I'm trying to recall...
This is sort of a side issue, but there's sort of, I mean...
I think it can be considered, though, it sometimes can be like a type of Gish Gallop or something like that. It's like, here's a stack of studies.
Yes, that's what he does. Yeah. He does that in many of his videos, and that's one of the reasons why I'm critical of him, because he throws this literature at you, which he often doesn't synthesize very well. And then he sort of establishes himself as more knowledgeable than his opponent and uses that to kind of ridicule them or establish his own credentials in, I think, a misleading way.
But he's raising this to say, but even though I presented this pile of studies, an atheist didn't change their mind. And so, if God presented...
Well, by the way, the atheist in this case is making a dumbass point as well. Whether religiosity is correlated with intelligence is kind of beside the point for anything that IP was initially saying. But it's not hard to find dumbass atheists online, right? So it feels like a bit of a bottom of the barrel kind of thing.
Higher GPAs,
maybe not bottom, but... better
schooling. And that attempts to show there is a correlation between being...
As people will know if they're watching the Digital Gnosis YouTube channel, but no.
Intelligent and lacking religion suffers from problems. We went back and forth for a little while, but eventually he responded by saying I have no data and that all I posted were links to Christian blogs. Now, regardless of where you sit on this issue, to claim that meta-analyses and a link to ScienceDirect.com are just links to Christian blogs is just plain idiotic. However...
Vindicated. I love how in his response to Hiddenness, he finds a way to work it such that it's like this personal vendetta of someone who slighted him in a Facebook comment.
This seems like an odd inclusion in the video, especially 3 minutes in. I thought that myself.
For many people do this in the face of hard data. Instead of changing our...
Hard data, I mean, really, a meta-analysis isn't exactly hard data, though, is it? Like, it's a...
Well, I hate the phrase hard data because I never know what it means. But as opposed to soft data, like, what would that mean? But anyway... But we can use this. We can take this example and use it to illustrate the point we were talking about before. Because let's take this atheist who was, making the dumb point initially, and then IP started arguing with. What would be convincing to him, right? Maybe it's not the citations that IP gave, but would something be convincing to him? Maybe some series of experiences could lead him to a belief in God, or even what IP was initially saying, like whatever it was. The point is that God is omnipotent and omniscient, so he would know what would be convincing to this atheist, and what wouldn't be. And if it's not hard data of this sort, maybe it's some kind of other type of argument, or there's some kind of experience that he could have that would change his mind. And this is the point. It doesn't have to be hard data. It could be anything. And so why don't we see that actualized in the world? At least, more than we do.
Here's a weird question that just occurred to me. Do you know of anyone who does believe that the Christian God exists, but actively rejects a relationship with that God? Or, because most people who are atheists, of course, just don't actually believe that God exists. So they're like, well, I can't have a relationship with something I don't think exists. But, on the Christian story, the idea is that atheists are rejecting relationship with God. And I wonder if there's anyone out there who is like, I just am persuaded, but I want to reject a relationship with this God. And I wonder if...
I suspect there may be some people, but probably not very intellectual type people would be my guess. The other thing is, I think that the theist or Christian would probably say that atheists are in a state of self-denial or bad faith or something, where they purport, and maybe they've convinced themselves that they don't believe, but deep down they really do believe. I mean, that there's that passage in Romans or whatever it is that says that everyone really believes, but it's just lying to themselves. So you can always go down that road.
To match the evidence, we often dismiss the evidence to hold what we desire to be true. What we want to believe is what we often make our reality, despite the evidence. This is backed by a wealth of data in the field of psychology. So the point is, even if God gave everyone enough evidence...
Rather ironic.
Yeah, I just love all this stuff because I'm just like, yes, and that's what happened to the disciples.
to believe,
somehow,
who is to say...
No, keep going.
Say everyone would actually believe he exists? Unfortunately, we are quite prone to reject evidence that doesn't fit our desires. Thomas Nagel, one of my favorite philosophers, even admits the existence of God poses a cosmic authority problem, and that he hopes God doesn't exist.
Oh, well, therefore, atheism debunked.
This is a common tactic as well. Craig does this a lot. They'll find atheist quotes that are convivial. Whether or not the atheist in question actually would agree with the way they've used it is another question. Often I suspect that they're taken out of context, but they'll find words that seem convivial to a point that they're making, and then they'll just quote them as if they're somehow representing all atheists on the matter, which I find very annoying. But apparently it's effective because they keep doing it.
Atheist philosopher Michael Ruse, that's one of...
that's one of the classic ones.
Aldous Huxley once admitted, for myself...
Admitted! Aldous Huxley, in a moment of rare honesty, admitted.
As no doubt for most of my contemporaries, the philosophy of meaninglessness was essentially an instrument of liberation. The liberation we desired was simultaneously liberation from a certain political and economic system, and liberation from a certain system of morality. We objected to the morality because it interfered with our sexual freedom. The supporters of these systems claim that in some way they embody the meaning, a Christian meaning they insisted, of the world.
This is such a bizarre quote to be offering as evidence, right? Because, Aldous Huxley is someone who is going to, these kind of elite upper class institutions in the UK at a time when it's the peak of empire, and the British society is incredibly classist and constraining and so forth. So has this very weird worldview, and is talking about his experiences in that time and place, and then to kind of offer this as evidence that therefore atheists are in denial because they want sex or something. I don't even think that this quote is relevant to most people's experiences, or about, like, it's so incredibly bizarre move.
We've talked about this before, but I've actually never understood this argument that people reject belief in God so as to pursue, economic or sexual or political liberation. Because
they couldn't live with the guilt, James. They couldn't live with the guilt.
Well, the whole point of the argument is that you can live in this you can kind of convince yourself of something that's convenient, right? So apparently you can sort of lie to yourself or into this sort of cognitive dissonance to convince yourself that God doesn't exist. But it's not possible for you to do the same thing except convince yourself that it's okay to do whatever you want and still believe in God. Which, in fact, if you look at the way that most self-professed Christians or people from other religions behave, is exactly what they do anyway, right? So it's sort of like this bizarre situation where the sort of the obvious thing to do is believe that everything will be okay and God is taking care of you and, you'll be with your family in the afterlife. So you have that cognitive benefit, while at the same time thinking that God doesn't have any particular requirements of you and that he doesn't restrict how you behave, right? And that you're a good person. So that's sort of, it seems to me, what the natural human inclination is to do. And it also seems empirically a lot of people do think that way. But that's not what the atheists do. They do something different. They reject the idea that there is a God taking care of them and that there will be an afterlife where they're reunited with their friends and loved ones and so forth, right? And yet somehow they're the ones who are condemned as sort of being the wishful thinkers or being people who are engaged in sort of self-deception, whereas it's not at all obvious that that is what you would sort of self-deceive yourself to do. I've never understood how this argument is supposed to work. It's really selective as to what we're allegedly able to self-deceive ourselves to believe in.
I think when you flesh it out, it probably gets pretty weird pretty quick. I mean, maybe I'm thinking about this in a unique way because I'm a unique person, but it's something like because the sense of God's holiness is so pressing, you have to cut yourself off from God in order to sin, so as not to continue to offend that holiness or something like that. But then it's almost like, isn't that a more noble religious attitude to have, that you care about God's holiness so much that in your sin you cut yourself off, rather than going, do you know what, I don't care that much about God being holy, God, be offended by my sin, like, isn't that person's more, their conscience more affected by sin than the person who's fine with their sinning a holy God? I don't know.
Well, and when I've asked Christians about this, and I don't want to say that all Christians give the same answer, but I have asked a few generally Protestant Christians about this, like, do Christians sin less than non-believers, or is that something you'd expect? And in general, they say no, because they're imperfect as well, right? They're trying to be better, right? God is sort of working in their lives, but they don't necessarily sin any less. In which case, well, then what is this argument supposed to be that supposedly says that atheists can sort of cognitively trick themselves so that they can sin, when Christians are sinning the same amount anyway?
Well, it's only the ones who think they're non-resistant non-believers that are doing that due to sin. So that there's the specificity in the hypothesis, right? So it's only alleged so-called non-resistant non-believers, they're doing it due to sin. So that explains all of those away, and the logical circle is closed.
People quite often desire a certain thing to be true and then make the evidence fit it. So given that we are not omniscient, who is even to say God has not given everyone enough evidence of his existence, or will in their lifetime? And many simply desire to reject it, and make the evidence be what they want it to be in their minds. Or one could at least argue that God, knowing the thoughts and all possible futures of each individual, knows which individuals will freely come to know and love God.
I think the problem with that is going to be, like, obviously in principle that's possible, but do I actually have any good reasons to think it's true?
What he's saying here? Well, so this is strange, because this is this appears to be, I don't think he mentions it by name.
Divine
gaslighting. Well, I guess it is actually, but this appears to be a Molinist response, which can also be used to help defend against some versions of the problem of evil. But the idea is,
oh, sorry, you expand, and I'll yeah.
Well, Craig also mentions this, who is a Molinist, and the thing is that Molinism is such a contentious doctrine, not just with respect to like atheists, but also other Christians as well. A lot of people don't like it, and so it's an odd thing to just sort of drop in here as, oh, by the way, maybe this, and then he kind of moves on in a few seconds. I think Molinism doesn't make sense as a doctrine, because it says that so the core of the doctrine, as I understand it, is that God has this thing called middle knowledge, which means that he doesn't. So everyone agrees that if God exists, he knows what's going to happen in the future, right? Well, actually, that's not true. There's open theists, right? But most people accept that God knows the future. At least that's traditionally been the case. But the idea is that there's an extra type of knowledge that Molinists think God also has, which is this middle knowledge. And this middle knowledge is God knows all, what is the word? Counterfactuals of creaturely freedoms, which means that he knows what every free person, free agent would do in any possible circumstance in which they would find themselves. So that's a much stronger form of knowledge than just knowing what someone will actually do. Knowing what someone will actually do is just sort of future tensed knowledge. That's knowledge of the future. But knowing what they would do in any given circumstance is a type of modal knowledge. That's knowledge of things that never happen. So that's much, much stronger condition on God's knowledge. Now, in my point of view, the middle knowledge is fatally undermined by the grounding objection, which is to say that there simply cannot be counterfactuals of creaturely freedom, because the whole point of libertarian freedom, which this is supposed to be consistent with, is that there is no factor of the matter about what you would do, what an agent would do in any given circumstance. It's up to their free choice. And so I don't think that there's anything for God to know. That's the grounding problem. I was like, what is it that makes these counterfactuals true? And I think that under a belief in libertarian agency, that there isn't anything to make that true. Now, you could be a determinist, but typically the whole point is that this is supposed to preserve a strong form of God's foreknowledge of counterfactuals with also creaturely freedoms as well. And so if you go down the whole determinist route, then that's more of a Calvinist, like double predestination kind of direction, which is a different argument. And many Protestants, like I think IP, don't want to. They defend libertarian free will, right? So they don't want to go down that direction. Craig is the same as well. So they try to argue that God can have this form of knowledge which allows him to know what any person would do in any arbitrary circumstance, while saying that that's consistent with that person freely choosing in that circumstance. So they're not determined. They still freely choose it, but God somehow still knows what they would do, not what they actually do, right? He knows what they never do, but they would do in a certain circumstance. Now, to me, there's no fact of the matter about that. There can't be a fact of the matter about that if you believe in libertarian freedom. That's my position, and I've not been convinced otherwise. But anyway, so I think that this is a very problematic doctrine. It also has some kind of nasty, potentially nasty side effects. If you think that God identifies all of the people who he knows will never freely choose to follow him, and puts them in a country that will never hear about Christianity, that seems to sort of undermine this notion of kind of universal equality of humans. If you actually think, well, the people who've been put in this non-Christian country that have never heard about Jesus are actually just the ethically suspect people who will never freely choose to follow him, that's kind of a horrific view, in my opinion. And it's also questionable why God creates people like that in the first place, if he is able to have this kind of middle knowledge. So I think there are other issues as well. But anyway, that we could probably do a whole episode on, but I find
very weird
middle knowledge very implausible.
On this middle knowledge story too, it seems very weird that there are people who allegedly have free will in the libertarian sense, but in all possible worlds would not choose.
Yes, that's a very strong claim. That's a good point as well. It seems pretty implausible.
Well, with the claim of libertarian free will, right? Because you think that libertarian free will is so unconstrained that people can choose anything. So there must be at least some possible worlds in which they would choose.
Well, under some conceptions of libertarian agency, yes. I don't know that you have to commit to that, but it does raise further problems as to what it means to be able to freely choose something if there's no possible world in which you choose.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like broader Calvinism or something, right? Because you're saying, there's like this narrow set of possibilities that happen, but in all of them you choose the same thing. Like, but there's a move that IP is making in his argument here that I really dislike, and it's one that we've kind of talked about a lot before. It seems to happen in bad thinking all over the place, and it's this type of So someone's given you like first order reasons to think something, and then you appeal to the mere epistemic possibility of that being wrong as a reason to disbelieve those reasons. So it's like, look, who can? So the phrase that IP used that's doing all the work here was, who can say, right? Who can say that God won't give people in the future, or hasn't in fact given them, and they've rejected, good reasons in this like secret, special, weird way. And that who can say there is this kind of like, for all we know, this is the case. And the reason that I think that this is, talked about this before, is because these sort of, for all we know arguments, they cut both ways. For all we know, X is true, and for all we know, it's also not true. So it's kind of like perfectly symmetrical in that sense. And we can just look at this for any sort of claim, right? We can say, well, who can say that fairies aren't in your room right now moving your shoes around or something? For all we know, that's the case, but that's going to be completely unpersuasive, because you're like, well, what are my actual reasons to believe that, right? Rather than the mere fact that it's not logically contradictory to think that that's the case. That shouldn't compel me to actually accept that is the case, just the mere fact of possibility here, right?
Yes, well, that is, however, sufficient to refute a deductive argument.
Necessitarian,
yeah.
That's true.
To show one possible way that the premises could be true, but the conclusion
You're correct.
false.
Yeah.
Craig uses this appeal sometimes as well, although inconsistently, because when he's using it as an argument for the existence of God, he kind of just ignores all possible ways that things could be that would make his premises true. Like, he doesn't think outside the box. But when it comes to any argument for atheism, then it seems like he will grasp at any even fairly implausible views in order to say, well, it could be the case, or he just sort of doesn't seem to care what's true or not. And that's probably what's more objectionable from my point of view about these sorts of responses, is that it seems indifferent to what's actually true. It's merely, it seems like a kind of just a pure getting out on a technicality, something to say in the heat of the moment. Well, it could be this, but not actually interested in whether it is or not, which from my point of view should be an important motivator for the actual discussion.
And I think obviously you're right that if you're making these kind of like claims about certainty, these necessitarian claims, then the fact, the mere possibility of them being wrong is going to be sufficient for them to be wrong. But I think when we're talking about like evidence and degrees of belief and stuff, well, then obviously it becomes more important, and that's where you can more clearly see the problem, right? Because if we're thinking in that sense about our reasons and claims, well, we can sort of say the same thing, right? Like, for all we know, God doesn't exist, and that God doesn't exist, and that's why hiddenness is the case. And then that's not going to be taken to be a really strong evidential reason, just like with that for all we know condition in front of it. But I think IP is going to agree that there's nothing contradictory or whatever about about the idea that God just doesn't exist or something like that. So, yeah.
God as he desires, and so he gives them enough evidence so they freely accept his grace and lordship. In fact, one could argue God has actually provided enough evidence in natural theology and historical evidence for the resurrection to make it reasonable to believe in God.
Digital physics. God's favorite argument is the digital physics argument.
I noticed that as well.
Because God hates science.
That 7th century Chinese peasant could rest assured that they would have understood the digital physics argument if they just thought hard enough about it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think that a 7th century Chinese peasant is more likely to be persuaded by the digital physics argument than someone informed of physics. But
quite possibly true.
However, it's not given in a way that forces people to believe against what they desire to be true, but is given in a way that if anyone wants to seek him, there is enough evidence to support the inference. If the atheist insists that God is too hidden and therefore likely does not exist, then we need to know why, beyond their subjectivity, on what constitutes as enough evidence.
That's just your opinion, bro. That's just your subjective opinion that God is hidden. Therefore, wrong.
Well, this raises the question that we mentioned before about why that's not sufficient, actually. And I think I read this in the Stanford Encyclopedia article, that the idea that in some sense it's going to depend on your theology like anything. But if the atheist sincerely says, the evidence isn't enough for me, isn't that, and you also believe that God wants to have a relationship with everyone, isn't that a sufficient counterexample, right? Now, I think you can introduce sort of ancillary beliefs to argue, well, God doesn't want to force himself, or you have to reach out first, or you have to be sincere, or blah, blah,
But
blah,
you have
whatever,
to
right?
you have to actually believe that, though, for it to work together with your belief
Yeah,
system.
exactly. Right. And God, again, God supposedly knows what would be convincing to me, or how to reach out to me or anyone else, right? And so why doesn't he do that? If one argument's not convincing, can't he come up with something else, right? It's a bit of a tall order for me to believe that God has tried his best, but he just can't think of any way to reach out to me that would preserve my free will. Again, that you can't prove that, right? But it just, when you multiply that by the number of people who sincerely report this, the purely subjective side of that, I think does have some sort of real validity as an argument there. Like, well, what do you just think all these people are lying? Well, no, of course we know what the apologists say. They have all these sort of theological excuses, but again, you have to believe those for them to be convincing counters.
I mean, think of it this way, right? Imagine you make the claim that you own Trump Tower and it's in your backyard or something like that, right? and I'm there with you, and I say, but look, if you owned Trump Tower and it's in your backyard, well, then I'd expect to kind of like see it when I look in your backyard, but I don't see it, right? And then you turn around and so I go, so therefore I think that you don't own Trump Tower in your backyard. And then you turn around and go, well, that's just your personal subjective opinion that you don't see it when you look in my backyard, right? And it's like, well, yes, but that doesn't undermine what I'm saying, because that's kind of what I have to go off, and then I combine it with, you know, this other premise about what I would expect if you owned Trump Tower.
Yeah,
in your backyard.
A cumulative case from multiple arguments in natural theology is not enough to support a theistic worldview. Why ought we believe there is not enough evidence, given the amount of natural theology? And all
well, why ought we believe there's not enough evidence? Well, the point is not that there could in principle be enough evidence for someone, right? I think that Schellenberg himself would be committed to the belief that for many people there is enough evidence. The point is that if there's even in principle the possibility of someone existing for whom there is not enough evidence, so, you know, he gives the example of, you know, think of ancient hunter-gatherers or something like that, right? Or think of someone who is just born in a really secular country and they just never think about this stuff and they're never exposed to any of these arguments, whatever. The point is that the existence of non-resistant non-believers in the relevant sense is actually consistent with there being sufficient evidence in textbooks the other side of the world and things like that. It's just
yes, this is the crucial point that's sort of misunderstood. It doesn't matter how much objective evidence there is for God. What matters is whether people have that drawn to their attention in a way that they can sort of make an informed decision about, and that's sort of convincing and appropriate for them. Because again, the claim is that God's omnipotent and all-loving and wants a relationship with everyone. So the fact that it's not consistent, those properties are not, at least in any obvious way, consistent with God just sort of sitting back and saying, oh, well, you know, the evidence is out there if they really wanted to look for it. The whole point is that God is not going to rest satisfied with that. He's going to want to bring that evidence to you or convince you in whatever way is appropriate for you. So this response just sort of ignores that point.
And I think that this is where that point I made earlier about the trading between the senses of evidence, right? Where like, it's all this focus on rational reflection of arguments as evidence or something, rather than the consideration of being in a relationship with a being who's supposed to be sort of disclosing themselves, which I think is, I think that that's the more powerful consideration for the argument. I think that that's a different sort of thing to rational reflection of arguments, where it should be that God's kind of just impressing themselves on people in such a way that it's just clear to them that he exists, but then they're free to reject a relationship if they want.
Also that people desire to believe what they want to be true. The argument against the cumulative case has to be made beyond the subjective notion of, I don't think it is enough, therefore it's not enough to make me believe. That is a subjective proclamation, and it doesn't at all show the case from natural theology is inherently flawed.
No, I don't think that's right, because the only thing that you as the proponent of the argument would have to be convinced of if you're using yourself as evidence would be that I am non-resistantly non-believing God, right? It would be like I'm not in resistance to the idea of God if he exists. I'm perfectly open to it. And I genuinely, sincerely don't believe. Those are the only two claims, right? And I think that the reason that this has such evidentiary force is because then the only way for a theist to provide pushback to the argument as it's being given is to engage in this type of gaslighting, where you have to kind of tell the person that you know their beliefs and mental states better than they themselves know them. You're like, no, you're going to deny one of those conjuncts. You're going to say, look, you're not non-resistant. You are actually resistant. You're like, no, I'm being as sincere as I possibly can be. You're like, no, I know you better than you know yourself. Or to say that the non-belief part of that is, you do actually believe or something like that. But I think that we're on very, very shaky ground at that point if we're responding in that way, and that's what can make this argument actually quite powerful, right? Because you should be here the ultimate authority on what you do or don't sincerely sort of believe. I think people could point out ways in which you weren't being, so for example, someone could say, well, look at the way that you've not really tried to read this book, or you're very angry and dismissive and you don't really think about the other side of the coin here and stuff. And that would give you reason to think, okay, maybe I'm not as non-resistant as I think. But I think absent those reasons being provided, just appealing to like pure speculation or something like that is not going to be good for figuring out what someone does or doesn't sincerely believe.
Yeah.
Objective sense. The truth is, we all suffer from a subjective desire to believe what we want. So the best we can do to limit our desires to see the world in our image is to submit our worldviews to the scrutiny of public discourse and see if anyone can come up with a better coherent worldview that is more plausible and more parsimonious than the one we hold to.
John
If a
Lennon.
non-theistic worldview can account for all the data from natural theology in a more plausible way, then the theist is not justified in saying there is enough evidence to believe God exists. However, if the non-theist cannot, they are not justified in saying the hiddenness of God is enough to suggest his non-existence. In other words, we cannot simply assume there is not enough evidence to infer God exists, and therefore create an argument against theism from divine hiddenness.
I think this is like a profound misunderstanding. I mean, we've already mentioned why, but I just think the fact that IP is raising this as if it's like this really strong case against it is like, wow, you've really, really misunderstood the argument being made here, right? Like,
yeah. So the point of the argument is not, or at least in my view, the strong form of the argument is not that the objective arguments and evidence for the existence of God are insufficient. The thrust of the argument is that God has apparently done a very bad job of making himself known to the people he allegedly wants to make himself known to, and that's evidence against his existence.
Yeah, it's not that in principle there could not be enough evidence for someone. It's that God is the type of being such that they'd want to enter relationship with people, and so they would disclose their existence to people in a way that you wouldn't find non-resistant non-belief in worlds where that God exists, right?
Yeah.
And then because you do find non-resistant non-belief, you would that's some evidence against that being true, that type of God exists and has created the world and set things up and so on. And so it's not that in that world someone couldn't be rationally justified if they looked at all the evidence in believing in that God's existence or something like that. It's just that the fact that people exist who are non-resistant non-believers is going to constitute evidence against that God's existence.
That would be assuming your conclusion. Given the scientific evidence in psychology, one can reasonably suggest the reason many do not accept the evidence for Christian theism is because of our innate desire to believe what we want to be true and then seek evidence to support it.
Oh, the irony.
So the obvious objection is, why doesn't God simply remove our subjective desires and give everyone a basic sense of his existence they cannot deny? The response is that removes too much freedom and forces people in the direction God wants them to go, instead of letting them choose for themselves. As we discussed in our video on the problem of evil...
Yeah, I hate the fact that you appear to me visually, James, and that removes my freedom to not enter a relationship with you.
Yeah, so this is just a nonsense response. I don't know how you can say that God making it clear to everyone that he exists and wants to relate to them in any way undermines their freedom to choose whether to do that or not.
Well, it's not their
And
freedom to believe he exists, though. It would be their
to relate to him.
Yeah, the relevant sense
Yeah,
is that is
that's what
relational.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I think pretty sure he discusses that later in this video, doesn't he? So I think that's a bit confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. But I don't know how he kind of reconciles that with what he's saying here.
Okay.
God wants free creatures to earnestly seek him because they want to. He doesn't want a world of Stepford wives or Pleasantville humans following a script. If someone doesn't want to seek God and desires to be their own Lord, then God allows.
Which is, the only reason for
Why
which
would
someone could this.
Why would someone want to seek something that they don't even know exists? That statement doesn't make sense. You generally look for something if you know it exists, or at least have good reason to think that it exists.
But I just despise the sort of like assumption of wanting to be your own lord. Like, what the where does this,
isn't that
why
free
not where-
will?
Well,
There's this inconsistency as well. It's like, well, it's really important that we have our freedom, except, well, actually, I mean, I think that this is Christian teaching, right? We want to have our freedom, but it's important that we have our freedom, but the appropriate way to use that freedom is to entirely submit it to God, right? Which I think is a bit strange, but
well,
that's
sort
what
of.
is taught.
I think there are more plausible. I mean, this is something I always raise when people talk about Pascal's wager, right? As well, which is when I try to reflect on what I think God would be like. I think that they would value sort of like intellectual virtues, people not trying to gaslight themselves out of fear, like people following the evidence where it goes. Because so I think that when I consider like a really, really, really good person, and I think about what they would care about and how they treat people, they'd value someone trying to think about these things as careful as they could and coming to the wrong conclusions, but in the right sort of way. That would be something that was valuable to them, maybe as much or more so in some cases than coming to the right conclusions in the wrong sort of way, right? So I think that I think that God would probably be like that, but it just frustrates me the like be your own. You want to be your own Lord. Like, I understand where it's coming from with obviously everyone who's rejected God is, it's some kind of moral lack in themselves. God would be, but it's like, it's so frustrating to have to engage in that level with this assumption that like you're doing something wrong and you're just like immoral, and that's it's like, no, I'm just thinking about this stuff. I'm just trying to think about this stuff as clearly as possible. I'm not trying to be my own Lord.
Them to seek the evidence to fit what they originally desired to begin with.
Oh, and I love how here, look with the imagery when he's talking about they want to be their own Lord, he brings up, that N=1 Aldous Huxley quote of having sex, which is not even clear is associated to Christian theism and the rejection of that, and not like, yeah.
Second, if you can at least acknowledge forcing people to believe in God violates their freedom of determination, and yet still think God ought to provide more evidence, then I ask, what type of evidence could we have without removing freedom or inspiring the wrong type of knowledge of God? If you suggest there ought to be a better way, yet cannot explain what that better way is, then the objection is ad hoc.
I think there's a problem here as well, where I don't think people are just free to choose what they want to believe. I don't think that's this is. I think that this is like a model of freedom and a model of belief, and I think it's a very bad model of freedom and belief that doesn't map to the way that these things actually work. Right? I think that many of the beliefs that people have about the world are kind of involuntary, or there's a complicated interplay between actions and choices that they make that form their character and their epistemic practices and the beliefs that they come to hold about the world. But it's not like this simple act of choosing, right? Even if I play a role in having the theories that I have to interpret my sensory experience, it's not a simple matter of me kind of like consulting my sensory experience and going, I'm just going to choose to believe there's a water bottle in front of me or something like that, right? Even if I play a role in having like a theory of water bottles and so forth, and I could kind of try and get rid of that theory and replace it with something else over time to interpret my experience.
Yes, I've always found this line from certain apologists to be bizarre. I don't know why. It seems to assume a very strong form of epistemic or doxastic voluntarism, which is this idea that you choose your beliefs. Now, there's various notions of choosing there, but a very strong form would just be that you can just decide to believe something kind of arbitrarily, irrespective of any evidence or reasons that you might have. No, I certainly don't think we have that type of freedom, but I'm also not clear why we would want that type of freedom. Why would it be desirable to just arbitrarily choose to believe anything at any time, irrespective of whatever evidence or reasons you had? Or why would God want us to have that sort of freedom? It's rather strange. So he's sort of saying that if God were to make the evidence stronger for his existence, that would restrict our freedom to be able to choose what to believe. But on the one hand, why is that sort of freedom valuable? And then on the other hand, if you do believe in strong doxastic voluntarism, then it doesn't matter how strong the evidence is, you can still choose not to believe anyway.
Yeah.
So what exactly is going on here in IP's belief system that sort of can say that, well, if he makes the evidence too strong, it takes away too much freedom, which for some reason is a good thing. But on the other hand, it's still the case that it's still not the case that you can always just choose to disbelieve, because if that were the case, it wouldn't be a problem. It seems to be that he just has a inconsistent mishmash of different beliefs about the connection between free will and belief formation and justification that doesn't really make any sense.
And I think there's something that I find implicitly weird about people giving this argument as a form of evidence, right? Because it's kind of like, look, I believe, firstly, it's a bad thing for people to have so much evidence that it pushes them to believe a certain thing. But then also, here I am presenting you with evidence that should compel you to believe a certain sort of thing, right? And it's like, well, which is it? In doing apologetics and providing these evidences, are you not now taking away people's free will in a sense, such that they're kind of going to be epistemically compelled to believe a certain thing that they're not?
Yes, it was giving someone evidence in favor of something good or bad, right?
Yeah.
It seems like maybe there's this view that there's an optimal amount of evidence that is sufficient to give you a reason to choose something, but not so much that it takes away your freedom.
And this is sounding very ad hoc now, right?
It is very ad hoc. It's also not, it's just sort of not clear what the problem is supposed to be. Like, why wouldn't it be better to have more evidence so you can be more conclusive about that? Why is less evidence better? Well, because it takes away your freedom. But does it? Like, can you decide to believe irrespective of the evidence anyway? Like,
imagine you had an argument for the resurrection that was just like this knockdown argument and would persuade everyone. Would you say, oh no, that's unfair?
Keep that under wraps, buddy.
Yeah. Would you honestly, like IP or whoever might be listening to this, would you turn around and say, I don't want to use that evidence because I want to just leave it a little bit ambiguous for people, because it's a true test of their character if they'll believe with slightly weaker evidence rather than the really good argument that I've got. So I'm going to just kind of keep that one hidden.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. And all of that neglects the main point that irrespective of what you believe about God, you can still choose whether to follow him or not, whether to relate to him, whether to engage with him on his terms, whatever the language is. And that's the important thing, right? So all of this about God not wanting to take away free will, however you try to make that make sense, is irrelevant, right? Believing in the existence of God is necessary, but not sufficient to enter into a relationship with God. So you still have the choice about whether to do that. But the point is, you can't choose whether to do it unless you at least believe in God's existence. So that's a necessary prerequisite that it seems like God would want to have in place for everyone who's ever existed.
The truth is, given the psychological state of mankind, it wouldn't matter how much evidence we had. Many would still reject God or desire not to believe in him. As Paul Moser said...
Wait, so it wouldn't... but now IP is making the claim it wouldn't matter if we did have strong enough evidence.
He's talking about out of both sides of his mouth again. Yeah. He's saying that too much evidence would take away people's freedom because they'd have to believe. But at the same time, even if it doesn't matter how much evidence we'd have, people still wouldn't believe. You just can't have both of those. even irrespective of that, it doesn't matter because you can still choose whether to follow God anyway, which is the real point.
And this is where this type of apologetics just becomes to look like pure cope, right? It's like just throwing shit at the wall and like, take your pick, like whatever makes the objection go away. I'll take that. I don't care about like forming a consistent belief here or really thinking about these objections seriously. I'm just going to throw a bunch of shit at the wall and make it go away.
The true God, morally impeccable, would always seek what is morally best for us, thereby giving us an opportunity to achieve, without coercion, God's kind of moral goodness. God, in other words, would be a redeemer, enabling us, through knowledge of God, to be rescued without coercion from our moral deficiencies, and thereby to become morally like God. Moser's point is God's aim is not to simply have us
through knowledge of God, right?
There you go.
God would be redeeming, enabling us through knowledge of God to be rescued. Okay, so knowledge of God is not sufficient, perhaps, but it's at least necessary for this to occur. And that's sort of the whole point, right? That we don't have that. Not everyone does have knowledge of God. So what's he doing, right? Why not? It seems that we'd expect that. That's the whole point.
Moser's point is God's aim is not to simply have us believe in him, but to assure that we have good moral underlying reasons to believe in him. God's desire as to why people believe in him is more important than that we believe in him. Moser points out in Scripture what God wants is cognitively robust theism, which is the view that we epistemically should lovingly believe in or trust God as the Lord of our lives.
Weird name for it. I would have thought that.
Yeah, CRT has a bit of a bad name these days.
Well, no, I guess I would have thought that cognitively robust theism would be more like, we should feel okay. Just from the title, what I would have assumed it meant is like, you should be okay with doubting if that's where the evidence leads you, because God cares more about epistemic honesty or something than just sort of like browbeating yourself into beliefs that you don't have good reasons to believe or something. I don't know. But
one is not simply believing in the existence of God as just another being, but believing God is the Lord and Savior of our personal life.
Well, hang on. This is going to undermine his point, though, surely, because then now he's saying, well, these are two separate things, and so it would be perfectly consistent.
That is what he's about to say. That's what I said before, that he makes this exact argument, which I think does undermine his point. But also, he sort of fails to recognize that the left is a subset of what's on the right. So anyone who has cognitively robust theism, or maybe he does even say this, but anyone who has cognitively robust theism must have at least basic theism. And so it's a prerequisite. Maybe God is not satisfied with basic theism, but you'd expect him to at least ensure that everyone has that. And anyway, the point about divine hiddenness applies to cognitively robust theism as well. Well, how do people get that? Why do some people have it but not? What experiences or evidences or knowledge do they have that leads them to that? Why doesn't God provide that for everyone in their own way that's appropriate to them? So I think that you can make the divine hiddenness argument, and I think that the way Schellenberg presents it, it's sort of not specific to either of these types of theism. Like, you can kind of make it either way, though he does talk about a loving relationship with God, which indicates he's more talking about the right-hand version anyway, the filial knowledge version. So the point is, I think that what IP is doing is attacking a straw man, which is the idea that the divine hiddenness proponent is simply saying that God has not provided sufficient rational justification for everyone to accept propositional knowledge of God's existence. But that's actually not the claim. I mean, maybe that's part of it, but the stronger claim is that if God wants to have a loving relationship with everyone who's ever lived, it is expected that God would provide everyone who's ever lived with sufficient knowledge of his existence so that they can come into a loving relationship with him. And yet there's reason to think that he has not done that. Hence the problem.
Lives. Cognitively robust theism obviously entails basic theism, but that doesn't mean it can be achieved through the mere propositional knowledge that God exists. The problem is inherent in our demand to know God on our terms. As Moser puts it, many people proceed as if we have a right to know God on our preferred terms. This is, however, nothing more than a self-serving assumption.
Can we talk about this? Because I don't really understand what so knowledge is necessarily subjective, right? At least in part, in the sense that a subject or knowledge is always knowledge by a subject.
Well, this is person.
You can't just have knowledge in the abstract. someone has to know it, right? And so, at least certainly in the way that it's being discussed here. So how can you criticize someone for wanting to know on their own terms? Like, what other terms could they know on someone else's terms? But then it wouldn't be their knowledge, right? It's like if you're trying to explain quantum physics to someone and that person says, I don't understand. Can you explain it in a way that I can follow? And then you respond by saying, well, you don't have any right to understand quantum physics on your own preferred terms. But you're just telling them that you're not interested in explaining it to them at that point. Now, maybe they don't have the requisite the prerequisites needed. But the point is that anyone who's trying to gain knowledge is trying to gain it on their own terms in a way that they can understand it, that makes sense to them as a subject, right? I don't really understand what this objection is supposed to be saying, unless it's saying something like, well, maybe it won't be convenient for you, I guess, but as a right to know God on our preferred terms. I think in context of what the argument of divine hiddenness, what people are suggesting is that if God really wanted to form a relationship with them, they would expect him to have put in a bit more effort to making his existence and design known to them than it seems that he has done. And I don't see how that's requiring to know God on your own preferred terms. That's just requiring to know him. What's the exact problem here? I don't know. Do you get something different out of this?
Yeah, I think that there is. I think that there's a type of philosophy that people engage in where they think about terms like knowledge and objectivity and so on in what I consider to be sort of magical terms, right? And there's it in magical ways, and that's obviously pejorative from my point of view. They wouldn't say this themselves, but the idea here is like that knowledge is kind of like special and objective and out there or something. And so they really de-emphasize the fact that it's knowledge for someone, that the subjective side of things. Now, I think the way that he is raising this objection is maybe something like, it's to say, well, there's this radical sense of subjectivity. So it's like, well, you're not being a good inquirer into the truth, because rather than trying to let the evidence follow you where you may, you divine hiddenness proponent are trying to know things purely on your own terms, right? You're willing to distort your conception of reality, to reject God even, or something like that. I think that is where the objection here is coming from. But I mean, why so obviously if that's true, well, that would kind of rebut the idea of non-resistant non-belief, because I guess it makes it morally blameworthy that you don't believe. But I guess the question would be, why think that's true? And then that's going to come down to, well, if someone's earnestly self-reporting that they non-resistantly don't believe, and that they're following the norms of inquiry to the best of their ability, and it's not, there's no real specific examples of how they are exhibiting cognitive biases and failing to be good rational inquirers, well, then I think, like, what other reasons are there to think that they're not doing that, other than this kind of like question begging sort of one man's modus tollens is another man's modus ponens type thing, where you're just going to run the argument the opposite way.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that someone who is advocating for or is convinced by the divine hiddenness argument does not even themselves have to feel that God is hidden to them. They might even believe in God, but, but think that the fact that other people find God to be hidden or don't have knowledge of God counts as evidence against their views. And so in that sense, I don't think it has to be in any way sort of self-serving or setting the standard too high or something like that, if that is what is meant.
Well, that's an interesting. In principle, you could both believe the claims that this type of God exists, right? That there's this entailment between this type of God existing and there not existing non-resistant non-believers, and that some people existed who were non-resistant non-believers, like maybe ancient hunter-gatherers or something. So you don't think that there are today, but you think that ancient hunter-gatherers might have like blamelessly not believed in God or something like that. Well, now you're in a position where you do have attention on your hands, because obviously the combination of that, even if you consider it to be an evidential relationship, it's going to be evidence against theism. If you believe it to be this like conditional, well, then it's going to be kind of like a stronger problem. So now there's a tension in your worldview that you've got to do something about. But you're right; it doesn't have to be that you consider yourself to be a non-resistant non-believer. And this was something I wanted to point out as well, because it's something that Schellenberg tries to make clear in the book in a few places, right? So this is on page 75. He says, if they could show that cases of non-belief like my own passed out might not be entirely blameless, but these efforts don't come close to succeeding because they're too narrowly focused. And so he says, in this previous work in Divine Hiddenness and Human Reason, I focused on reflective doubt, blamelessly caused. And as I've noted, even if this isn't the same as non-resistant or inculpable non-belief, it does provide an example of it. If you can show it exists, you've shown that non-resistant non-belief exists. Some of my commentators still erred in thinking that proof of inculpable doubt was necessary for proof of inculpable non-belief. I didn't want that. And then he goes on page 77. Sorry, yeah, he goes on page 77 to say, what hunter-gatherer societies before the invention of writing believed, or at any rate, what sort of thing is pieced together by scientists from many sources, including the practices of similar societies. Gods and spirits of many kinds and many temperatures appear in such belief structures, but a belief in just one God who has all power, all knowledge, is all good, and loves all people is conspicuous by its absence. In the lives of these hunter-gatherers and their communities stretching back many millennia before the dawn of recorded history, before anyone ever thought about arguments for and against the existence of God, we find plenty of clear examples of non-resistant non-belief. And then page 106, it will not suffice to refute the hiddenness argument if one can show that reflective doubters in the Western world today are all resisting belief in God. I think that's false too, but what makes the relevant premise of the argument clearly true is that the category of non-resistant non-believers, the category of non-resistant non-believers the argument can work with is so broad, including not just reflective doubters, but also those who never have had a real chance to think about God. So he gives an example of a student that he talked to where he sort of at first didn't believe that they hadn't thought about any of these philosophy of religion arguments, but they were just like, yeah, man, I just don't think about it, which is plausible for many people throughout history. Not just people living today, but all finite persons capable of believing in God and responding positively to such belief who have ever lived, which of course takes us back very far in evolutionary history. Okay, so, and this is your annual reminder to keep the chat relevant.
I think it's like the Old Testament prophets, right? They keep coming and trying to keep the Israelites on the straight and narrow, but they turn their back for 5 seconds and they're worshiping their idols. It's like trying to keep chat relevant to the video.
Hiddenness cannot neglect the self-serving or fallen nature of humanity. One can see from the argument from divine hiddenness, the non-Christian is arguing for evidence on a self-serving assumption, which if given would be contrary to the goals of God to sanctify us and remove our selfish and prideful tendencies. God, realizing this, knows the only way to come to him in a way that will actually save us from ourselves must be in a way where we first realize our selfish nature. Otherwise, our knowledge of God would only...
This isn't, I don't think this is a very good argument. How is it helping me to not, how is it not helping me to recognize my selfish nature if I have very good evidence that God does in fact exist? Like, what bearing does that have on my ability to recognize my selfish nature? Presumably, God being coextensive with holiness and goodness and stuff, it would, having a clear example of that would help me to recognize and compare my own shortcomings and things. Isn't that supposed to be, the whole point of religious contemplation and prayer and so forth?
Isn't that the whole point of Protestantism? Is that you don't have to work out your selfish nature for yourself.
Well, yeah.
God saves you, right? He reaches out to you.
Yeah.
Why do we have to first realize our selfish nature before we can come to know and relate to God?
Well, this is true. This is
strange.
taking some very specific Christian theological positions, which many Christians would obviously be against. God must act first in order for us to even be able to accept his grace and so forth. But
serve selfish desires and work against God's ultimate goal for us. The path
I guess we can assume that IP is not a, God's grace must be initiated first guy.
I guess it
He's
also
a
raises the
Pelagian.
question it also raises the question as to why God created us in this way. Well, of course, there's the, what is it again? Noetic effects of sin, which sort of answers every question, right? But I don't really understand how that's supposed to answer the question, since God set up that circumstance in the first place. He could have set things up however he wanted, and he set it up that way. So, God's intention was to enter into a loving relationship with everyone, but he set things up so that humans would have this horrifically strong bias against doing that. Well, why, God? Like, why would you do things this way? It seems kind of bizarre and counterproductive to your whole goal.
So there's this doctrine in, at least, that Augustinians / Catholics may subscribe to, called like some Latin thing, this posse non peccare, non posse peccare. And this is about the ability of people, we do sin and we will sin, but we need not sin. That basically people are enslaved to their sin unless God acts and does something specific, right? So after the fall, man is not able to not sin, right? Able to sin and not able to not sin unless God acts such that we're able to not sin. So that's reborn man after God has initiated. So this seems, again, if you adopt this kind of theological view, well, there's going to be difficulties with what IP is saying here, right? Because you, in fact, need God to do something such that you're able to not sin.
To God does not start with the selfish demand that he reveal himself or else. As Paul Moser says, we truly come to know God only if we acknowledge our unworthiness of knowing God. It is thus illuminating to ask about the attitudes of people inquiring about God. What are our intentions in having knowledge of God? What do we aim to do with such knowledge? Do we aim to use it for our own honor and self-promotion, treating it as self-credit rather than as an unearned gift? Do we have a bias against cognitively robust theism, in particular against filial knowing of God as a personal Lord who lovingly holds us morally accountable and expects grateful obedience from us? I suspect that we typically do. Moser points out we cannot even begin to know God until we come to realize our moral standing and selfish nature. Knowing God as we desire, as we are now, would only work against his ultimate goal for us.
I really dislike this too. This reminds me of when there was like that post on like cultural Marxism or something, and you left a comment on it asking someone to give you any credible examples of evidence that like cultural Marxism was being taught in schools or something. And the person said, I'm not going to present you with the evidence because you would reject it. And I know this because if you were the type of person who wouldn't reject the evidence, you would already have seen it and found it. And I don't know if you remember that, but it's this kind of ad hominem, like, so the real reason that you reject God is because you don't want to love him in this filial way. You don't want to filially know God. And how do I know that? Because if you were the type of person who would want to filially know him, you would just make the choice to love him and be in a relationship with him, and so you wouldn't be a disbelieving atheist anyway, right? And it's this self-sealing, like, no, that's all very convenient now, isn't it? Like,
there's a whole bunch of problems with this. We've already talked about the theological issue that at least many Christians that I've spoken to will say that, yeah, exactly. They'll agree with IP and say, yeah, humans are too fallen, they're too selfish, they're too corrupted to sort of take the first step to know God. God has to take that step for us. And so IP seems to be demanding something that at least many Christians think is not theologically possible. That's one issue. Another issue is just thinking from a broader sense. He seems to be saying that in order for us to get in order for us to have knowledge of God, we need to adopt certain beliefs, which
To
are
believe
these
first.
Christian theological beliefs. Yeah. Which, why would you believe them if you didn't already believe in?
To get
God
yourself
and
to believe, you have to believe in the first place, right? It's like
it's very strange. Like, well, why would you believe all of these things if you didn't already believe in God?
it seems to
utterly
violate some norm of
strange.
inquiry, though, because IP, I don't think, or the proponent of IP's point of view here, I don't think would accept this for any other belief, right? Like, suppose we disagree about anything else, and I said, well, look, you have to believe this conclusion in order to really see the evidence properly, or something like that. You're not going to go, oh, okay, then that's persuaded me. I've just changed my mind now. It seems to create this kind of like pernicious norm of question begging norm of inquiry. If someone believes this sort of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty lame, really. Pretty lame.
God's beginning work is to try to convict us and get us to realize that we are wholeheartedly selfish and prideful. Once we begin to humble ourselves and accept that we do not know how to run our lives, that our own
for real though, I don't think I'm the greatest guy, but I'm not wholeheartedly selfish. Like,
well, this is the point. Why would anyone believe any of these things if they weren't already a Christian or held sort of similar theological beliefs? Right? You're saying you already have to believe a whole bunch of theological doctrines in order to even come to the position where you can come to know that God exists. But who would come to believe? Who would come to believe these things absent that? I mean, maybe some people would for independent reasons, but it's just very unclear what the motivation for believing all of these things is supposed to be outside of the theology that is already dependent on the belief in the existence of God in the first place.
Or it seems like if someone sort of gaslights you enough in this more pernicious way of telling you, you're wholeheartedly unworthy and horrible and all that sort of stuff, which is not emotionally manipulative at all and couldn't persuade an emotional creature like ourselves to believe reasons that they shouldn't believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at the first point. We must humble ourselves and accept we do not know how to run our lives. Well,
That's
first of all, why should
every abusive partner ever?
Why should I accept that? Oh, they're going to say, well, because God said so. Yeah, but I don't believe in God, right? So that appeal's not going to be convincing, right? But then
I do know how to run my life. Like, what the hell? Like,
well, but someone knows better than you, evidently. I ask, okay, well, who does know? Well, they'll say God, and you'll ask, well, how do I know what God wants?
Oh, but what does he know?
Read this book, and say, well, this book's hard to understand. I don't know exactly what it means. So who can help me? Well, I know who can help you to tell you how God wants you to run your life.
I was previously not owning slaves and not supporting ethnic cleansing in Israel, but now, now I've read this book, I know how to run my life. I should own slaves and ethnically cleanse people.
It's basically like you first have to let us tell you how to run your life, and only then you'll actually get to believe in the thing that would justify us telling you how to run your life. Yeah, that's what cults do, right? Like they just induct you and brainwash you, effectively, in quotes, and convince you that there's sort of no other way of thinking about things and that you don't know how to think for yourself.
But look at this second point as well. Our own pride and self-centeredness will slowly disintegrate us, as opposed to sort of like feeling so guilty and shameful because of these accusations that you randomly give in to an ideology and forget and lose who you are in the commitments of the ideology, which does not disintegrate you whatsoever.
Yeah, it's all a bit contradictory.
Pride and self-centeredness will slowly disintegrate us. Then can God slowly reveal himself as the loving and sanctifying being that he is.
That's convenient.
Once we account for the selfish and prideful nature of humanity.
I love the pictures he gives for these sorts of things.
What the fuck is this? Wearing a hat in some kind of room is... Oh, I guess she's looking in the mirror. Maybe that's the point. But is looking in a mirror inherently prideful? I don't know. Does IP never look in mirrors? It's art. It's imagery. It's metaphor. Okay.
This is what vanity looks like.
Yeah,
I guess.
The issue of divine hiddenness begins to make sense. Given this understanding of human nature, Michael Murray points out, if people were forced to accept that God exists first and foremost, it would cause various responses that would work against our sanctification process. Many would be
Wait, would it? So you're already in a state of being not sanctified, that you get good evidence and you say, I don't care. How has that made you less sanctified than you were before?
I think he tries to explain that, although maybe I'm misremembering that.
Be coerced into behaving accordingly, not because they want to, but because they may want to avoid punishment or try to appease God for rewards. And that would stem from either self-preservation or an attempt to win God's favor for selfish gains. This would remove not only the free choice of choosing to follow God or not, but it would also cause people to act towards God in fear or for self-centered reasons.
But I guess the question is, when you're already not sanctified, how does this make you less sanctified than you were before?
Yeah, I don't know. And also, isn't this what people who believe in God do throughout history, including alleged Christians? They try to appease him. They try to do things for selfish motives. Like I don't understand how God keeping himself hidden, but then revealing himself to some people is sort of effective. It doesn't seem effective at preventing this, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah.
Murray says, any desire that we might have to believe or act in a way contrary to that which has been revealed.
Well, we've been told this is what atheists are doing anyway, right? Because they don't want to have filial love. So it's kind of, he's saying that I mean, we have already pointed this out, but he's saying that, so this is how atheists would respond if God, if it were the case that God impressed, evidence on them, but also there is objectively enough evidence, and this is how atheists are responding.
Yeah, it comes back to that question again, as to whether there's sort of enough evidence or too much evidence or just the right amount of evidence. And but again, it seems that the religious people, including people who allegedly do have relationships with God, or at least declare that, talk about fear of punishment a lot as a motivator, and also desire for rewards of various forms. So are those bad things, or are they not bad things?
Yeah. People to act towards God in fear or for self-centered reasons. Murray says, any desire that we might have to believe or act in a way contrary to that which has been revealed would be overwhelmed. Our fear of punishment, or at least our fear of the prospect of missing out on a very great good, would compel us to believe the things that God has revealed and to act in accordance with them. But in doing this, God would have removed the ability for self-determination, since there are no longer good and evil sources of action between which creatures could freely and deliberately choose.
This has to be one of the most stupid
If faith
things
and
that I've
allegiance
ever
to
seen in
God
a
did not come about,
Can we bring up that quote again?
Yeah.
deliberately choose.
Okay.
What is any of this nonsense? Okay, so IP has already told us that, in fact, and I think he then goes on to tell us that people can choose to believe whatever, regardless of what the evidence, regardless of how strong the evidence is, they can still reject God or refuse to follow him. But now we're told by Michael Murray here, seemingly with IP's blessing, that that's not the case. So the evidence for God could be so strong that everyone would effectively be compelled, not just to believe in him, but actually to follow him. It says, would compel us to believe the things God has revealed and to act in accordance with them. So this raises the question as to whether IP thinks that people still have free choice or not when the evidence is sufficiently strong. It seems that he thinks that actually it's not the case that atheists can just convince themselves that God doesn't exist, because we're now being told that that isn't the case, or at least wouldn't be the case in certain contexts. So there seems to be a contradiction here. Is it the case that strong enough evidence takes away your freedom to choose whether to follow God or not? If you want to say that atheists have enough evidence but are rejecting it and following their own desires anyway, then you can't say that providing more evidence would force everyone to act in accordance with God's commandments. On the other hand, if you're saying that enough evidence can force everyone to follow God, then you can't say that atheists have enough evidence and are still choosing not to follow God. There seems to be an obvious contradiction between those two positions. But even putting that aside, this notion that it's somehow bad for everyone to choose to follow God when the evidence is strong enough, because in doing so, God would have removed the ability for self-determination. Well, no, because you're saying that everyone's choosing to follow him. The choice of, you've used the word compelled here, or Murray's used the word compel, but I don't actually, it's not compulsion, right? It says out of fear of punishment, or at least out of fear of the prospect of missing out on a very great good. It seems like, well, we're choosing to respond to the cosmic reality that is God's creation. It's like, I don't understand where the compulsion is there. That is the reality of it. Unless you want to say that the very way that God has set up the universe is some kind of divine extortion or divine threat. Follow me or else. But he seems to be saying that if we actually knew the reality of the situation, people would be compelled to follow God or else in the same way that you're compelled to hand over your wallet when the mugger threatens to kill you, right? In that case, that's an argument against God's existence, right? If it really is the case that God has set things up like that, then that doesn't sound like what a loving God would do. And so there's a problem with your theology. So in other words, if you really think that people being made aware of the reality of the cosmic situation is to compel them to follow God through some sort of threat or implied threat, then that's a problem with your theology about God, because being aware of the good news that salvation is to be found shouldn't be this sort of threat of in the way that Michael Murray's saying it is here. And I don't even know what he means by there'll be no longer good and evil sources of action between which creatures could freely choose. This seems to be getting the idea that well, I don't even know what idea it's getting at. What is he trying to say with that last statement there? The idea is that in order to make a free choice, you have to have competing reasons to choose between. So it's good to give us those reasons just so that we have that ability to choose. Why?
I think the problem is that it seems to me that the idea, libertarian proponents of libertarian free will, they love a distinction between cause and reason, right? Because when people present the good old Aristotelian dilemma, is it random or determined? Is your choice random or determined? They will say, well, look, that's a false dilemma. It's neither random nor determined. I'm the first cause of my first action, but it's not random because I'm choosing on the basis of reasons, right? And there's a difference between causes and reasons. And now I can't, on this model of libertarian agency, someone can have reasons very strongly in favor of one point of view, but they're still libertarianly choosing to do the thing that they're doing, unless this rejects I don't know. I'm struggling to understand, to be honest. They need to have good and bad reasons to be able to freely and deliberately choose. Okay, and I guess maybe it makes sense.
He's saying that the reasons for choosing one way would so strongly outweigh the other reason for choosing the other that everyone would just choose the one way.
Yeah, but isn't that good? Like, isn't that what God wants?
That's one criticism is that I thought that reasons don't cause choices, right? So people could have strong reasons one way but still choose the other way. So there's a problem. That brings us back to the problem with what we were saying with IP, is that if the reasons are strong enough, does that mean that atheists can still choose to believe or not believe? It seems that there's a contradiction here. But also, even aside from that, why is this supposed to be a problem? It seems like that there's this, some of these apologists has this view that because I think freedom is a good thing, but they seem to have this idea that specifically libertarian freedom is such a good thing that you should give people free choices, even when that means giving them bad options to choose between just for the sake of it. And then making it unclear what option is best.
Is this how you teach a kid that you?
Well, this is what I was going to say. Yeah. If we give a toddler a bottle that they can drink, and you might say, well, why would you do that, right? You're not giving them the free choice to choose between different options. Let's give them a bottle of milk and a bottle of poison, and make it so that it's hard for them to tell which is which. Then they can freely choose, right? Yeah. And if you don't like the case of a child, you can extrapolate that to an adult, right? Well, let's make it difficult for the person to tell what the safe car versus the dangerous car is, and they just have to kind of weigh it up and make the best guess. Like, why is that better for them to make it harder for them to adjudicate what the better choice is? It's really a strange way to say that it's so important to have libertarian free will that we're going to make people's choices more difficult, just so that they can exercise the freedom. We don't want to make it sort of easy for them to choose the good option, because that would be taking away their freedom. What? What are you on? Well, that's a problem. Like, making the choice really easy because one choice is way better than the other is somehow bad for that person. I just don't understand what kind of view would motivate that position.
Well, I mean, I think you do understand what kind of view would motivate that position.
Not
really. No. James,
saying it.
So here's one hypothesis. We begin with our conclusion. We then learn of this objection, and then we must reconcile our maintenance of the conclusion in the face of these objections. And so we post hoc come up with reasons.
I'm not sure that
maybe
they really believe these things. It's just things that they say, right? Like, do they really think that it's good for God to make it ambiguous as to whether to follow him or not? Because then we have a legitimate choice.
So maybe there's a disagreement here. I actually think that there's a sense of dishonesty with themselves, right? I think they could be pressed and shamed to the point where they would, use their imaginations properly and think about things and in a similar sort of way on some of these points, and that's how persuasion would work. But I do think that a lot of these people, they really have tried hard to push themselves into this model of reality, right? And so this is the vast majority of their thinking, of their kind of like it is taken up by thinking about things in this way. I think that it's the wrong way to think about them, but I do think that when I say they're genuinely convinced by it, I think that there's some, if you really, really got down to it, that's where the cognitive dissonance is. But the dissonance is being pushed to one side, right? And now there's a further plot hole here I wanted to point out, or a potential plot hole, right? Which is for the theist who believes 2 claims or 3 claims that there is a heaven, right? And I suppose it's in entailment. So first, we believe there is a heaven. And in heaven, God is not hidden in any way, and people are perfectly free in heaven. Now, obviously, you could reject one of these claims. You could say, no, people are not free in heaven. You could say there isn't a heaven, and then you kind of there's no problem here. Or you could say God is hidden in heaven, and so you've kind of avoided the problem here. But as long as you're committed to those views, which I think plausibly many Christian theists are, there's going to be a problem with these types of responses, because now you're going to have to say it's actually perfectly consistent for God to not be hidden and for people to maintain their freedom, right, with God not being hidden. So why is the world not like that when it's a perfectly possible state of affairs?
Similar concern about the problem of evil as well.
If faith and allegiance to God did not come about in the way Paul Moser described, but instead came about through the demands of proponents of the argument from divine hiddenness, claiming God must reveal himself first before any talk of lordship, it would ultimately result in the wrong attitude and feelings from humanity. We have to remember learning that God exists is not like finding out you have a new neighbor. Finding out there is an omnipotent being that could wipe out all...
Wait, what? Yeah, no, that is exactly the point.
God exists is not like finding attitude and feelings from humanity. We have to remember learning that God exists is not like finding out you have a new neighbor.
That claim, finding out God exists, is not like finding out you have a new neighbor. That observation is exactly the claim, the proposition that's not expected given theism, right? Because it's so easy that the epistemic bar is so low to find out that you have a new neighbor, and that's exactly what you would expect it to be like if there is a loving ultimate being who wants a relationship with you. Is the form of the argument. Now, so IP could challenge the claim that you should expect it to be that way by talking about the model of theism or whatever. But that observation is exactly the correct observation for the proponent of the hiddenness argument, right?
Yeah, if you have a new neighbor who is very keen to meet you, it's pretty hard not to be aware of that fact after a fairly short time, right? And yet we're told that sort of is analogous to the situation of God, and still many people are not aware of this fact. Yeah,
this is the problem. The problem is,
finding out there is an omnipotent being that could wipe out all life in the universe in a way that is forced upon us can very easily conjure the wrong emotions and lead to fear, hatred, shock, or thoughts of trying to please this being for selfish gains.
Which is what you need to do anyway in order to...
Well, yeah, that's what many Christians do anyway, and arguably
IP was literally just saying you need to subject yourself,
exactly, yes.
Like prostrate yourself to this God.
It seems that a lot of this sort of apologetics is saying it's like doublethink, right? You have to be able to say contradictory things and believe them at the same time. But in order to soften the blow, you just use different words to describe something when it's supposed to be good versus when it's supposed to be bad. Like it's to, strip yourself of pride and submit yourself to your creator, right, when it's good, or it's take away your freedom when it's bad, right? Like
it's a death tax. God wants to bring a death tax.
All of this would be the opposite of what God wants. God refuses to become an idol of our cognition, speculation, or visual entertainment. So divine hiddenness, if anything, is really a gift. It is necessary to help change us appropriately. And one could argue that for many other people. If God
Divine hiddenness is really a gift. That's the I love it when people bite bullets so far that they end up saying like messed up things. Like,
Well, earlier he said that God isn't hidden because there's plenty of evidence for him, and now he's saying that he is hidden. That's a gift. So I'm
yeah.
not sure which of them it's supposed to be.
Mm.
were to reveal himself, it would be pointless. Many humans
Because you're evil, Nathan. So
did IP or his editor, but I think he does this himself. Did he Google image search "board in church" to get these images? I'm so curious about that.
are self-absorbed in their own lives.
and then this, it's just because you're so selfish.
So removing divine hiddenness could very well be meaningless. Take
Okay,
Balaam
so
from Numbers 22.
I have can we bring up that image? I have a big problem with that image. Okay, so what's the problem with this image?
It's going to be some grammatical thing, is it?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's a thought bubble, right? He's thinking about.
Oh yeah.
Where do
No,
thoughts come from?
James. The heart. Thoughts come from the heart, just like
the shoulder.
Aristotle tells us. The seat of the soul is the heart. Yeah, the shoulder. Look, this is a good physicalist point of view because the nervous system is distributed throughout the body.
True.
It's this is a pejorantist cartoon where personal terms apply to they're coextensive with the whole body throughout time.
Interesting.
So removing divine hiddenness could very well be meaningless. Take Balaam from Numbers 22. God reveals
he talks to a donkey, therefore divine hiddenness not a problem.
Well, this is where he says
El Shaddai.
Let him say it.
Yet Balaam didn't repent or join the side of Israel. He simply did what El Shaddai asked of him and returned to his pagan ways. Obviously having divine...
But he's never confused or ambiguous as to whether or not God exists, right? I don't...
But this contradicts what he said before, that or at least the quote from Michael Murray, where he says that if God made it too obvious, everyone would be forced to follow him. This was an example where God's existence was made blindingly obvious to this person.
This is an example where an angel appears to someone and makes a donkey talk to them such that they cannot deny the existence of God. And this demonstrates why hiddenness.
Divine hiddenness removed did nothing for Balaam, nor did it do anything for the demons or the Pharisees.
Okay. So here's the point. So the point is, even if hiddenness weren't the case, if hiddenness weren't the case, some people would reject a relationship with Yahweh anyway. So this is in tension with what he's saying, though. It's not this is a sort of thing that God indeed has an historic precedent for doing, right? Removing hiddenness, and then people reject him anyway. It's perfectly fine for God to do this. He's not got some kind of like a moral objection to removing, to remaining hidden for people always and everywhere, or something like that.
He does for video cameras or other forms of reliable documentation, though, apparently. He really doesn't like being captured in ways that are historically demonstrable.
No, because look at the likelihood ratio inequality between...
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch Jesus cast out demons and perform miracles. So God has already told us simply giving people propositional knowledge that God exists does not initiate a meaningful change. To truly change people, God first has to...
Well, yeah, but that could still be true, and God could still reveal himself in that way, right?
Well, this is the point. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition.
Yeah.
So saying that it's not sufficient doesn't in any way undercut the claim, which is that it's at least necessary.
Convict us and get us to surrender our pride and be open to being humbled in heart and mind.
Well, God has to do that. So get on it, God. Like, why hasn't he done this to more people? This doesn't answer the question. It's just saying, yeah, but God wants more than us just to know that he exists. Okay, yeah, well, why hasn't he done that? Why do so many people throughout the world not believe these things about God, or not believe that God wants to relate to them personally, or not even believe in God, right? This is the problem.
Then he will begin to reveal himself, not how we demand or when we demand, but in the way he knows best to truly change us individually. In John 7, Jesus was challenged by his unbelieving brothers to show himself to the world. Part of his reply throughout the rest of the book of John was that the world hates him. In other words, They already have the wrong desires, so it doesn't matter anyway. Jesus
Convenient.
Can't God change
Jesus
our
already
desires,
told us.
or at least help us to change our desires? I don't
This
know.
is the way it has to be done.
Yeah, and doesn't it say in Luke that I've given you these evidence such that you may believe? I've given you these evidences such that you may believe, right? Like, I mean, there's kind of like plot holes here for theism, right? Where different authors seem to be saying competing things about the status of like whether Jesus is performing miracles in order to demonstrate to people that so they can believe, working miracles so people can believe, or whether they wouldn't believe anyway. There's a kind of little bit of a tension between.
Well, to be fair, it's always difficult when you have an expanded cinematic universe to keep everything consistent with the underlying law. When you have many different authors over many different years, right?
Yeah.
These inconsistencies creep in, but
It's
so
true.
it needs to allow a bit of leeway.
Who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and manifest myself to him. To be honest,
but that's not a material implication, is it? Right? It says and.
If I found out Zeus existed tomorrow, I can honestly say I'm not sure if I would care in a religious sense, or perhaps I'd only worship him out of fear. Just knowing a different deity exists, who I don't really think very highly of already, wouldn't really make me want to love him or follow him.
Yeah, but it might make you want to dedicate some time to figuring out whether you should be loving or following him, right?
Yeah, and you can't love or follow someone if you don't know they exist. The same point just keeps coming up. Like, you at least need to know that.
But in terms of having a reason to assess whether or not you should be following or loving someone, you want to first believe that they exist. For it to be worth your time to figure out whether or not you should be following and loving them, right? You're not going to go, oh, let me just consider all the best to possible people, and that I saying that sarcastically. Let me just consider all of the possible people that could exist, and whether or not I should be loving them, just as some kind of weird intellectual exercise. No, I felt like I'm going to constrain my thinking about what an appropriate relationship is to the people I think do in fact exist, right?
Yeah, well, if you think your father, say, is dead, you're not going to make any effort into finding them and finding out the sort of person they are, because you think they're dead, right? So the fact that you find out they're not dead isn't sufficient for you to do that, but it's at least necessary for you to put the effort in or to devote the time to that.
And so I think even in the case that IP found out that Zeus existed and strongly believed it, okay, he's not tomorrow gonna just start loving Zeus or worshipping him or something like that, but it's gonna transform his belief system such that he's now going to be like, well, what are the implications of this, right? Like, for example, does Zeus interact in my life in such a way that it gives me instrumental reasons to want to worship him or something? Or are there moral norms or oughts or something like that I should be following, where I should be worshipping Zeus? Is it it's going to change his belief structure to ask and try and answer those sorts of questions in a way that his belief structure wasn't prior to believing that Zeus existed.
So if the world hates the God of the Bible or is apathetic to his calls, why would being forced to accept the propositional knowledge of his existence change anything? Let's look at this through an analogy. Imagine a father of triplets.
Yeah, so I just kind of answered that question right before, but let's see what thought experiment he uses to
thing.
Let's
look at this through an analogy. Imagine a father of triplets who he has never met, because on the day they were born, he was horribly burned in an accident. His entire face has been scarred in hideous ways. His mouth and neck have been damaged, so he can no longer speak without sounding terrifying. If he tries to approach his children as toddlers, they will be terrified
and
cry uncontrollably.
Probably already say why this is disanalogous, right? Is God can only appear to us as a scarred, deformed father.
If he tried to force them into a room and made them realize
here's the thing as well. In this case, if literally the only ways available to this dad are to appear to his children in ways where they're going to have the reaction, Jesus Christ, your burnt face is mangled and weird. If the only way, he's not going to not initiate a relationship.
Yeah, any good father would do that anyway. Even if you accept the analogy completely, I just don't agree that the right thing to do. Well, actually, let him play what the father does.
As their father, they would have a hard time getting past the fear of his appearance and speech. So what is he to do? Well, while they are still young and ignorant, he has to remain away. but he can reveal himself in subtle ways. Perhaps he writes them letters or sends messengers.
Well, there we go. That's sufficient for their belief in his existence.
This is what I mean.
right?
Even if you completely accept the analogy, like that's just, I think, clearly the wrong thing for the father to do in this case. You don't just absent yourself because you're ugly, right? you involve yourself and say, well, I wrote them letters, so it's good enough.
Yeah, but even in the letters, right? It's not like so what he doesn't do is go to the other side of the freaking world, appear to some people and say, "Oh, I'm these kids' children," get them to write a book about him, and then hope that they
it's
infer
not
on
even
the basis
analogous
of
to
that
the letters.
he exists. Yeah.
Someone else writes letters about him and says what a great guy he is.
Yeah. Like
So
he's sending
late.
them letters. Yeah.
Tell them that their father loves them and that he will see them when they're mature and ready. One child becomes disinterested.
I'm sorry. I'm
She's
just
never
thinking
met
this
this
through
father
now.
and doesn't see it as something.
Yeah, the kids are like 1 year old and they've never heard of their father, and they get a letter from someone on the other side of the world saying, "Your dad's a great bloke. He wanted me to let you know that he cares about you."
The one child,
the hell
an
is this?
atheist, the atheist child turns around and says to the father,
How dare they be
"Screw
ungrateful?
you, Dad. I just care about playing with my toys."
Something she needs as part of her life. So she focuses on her toys or her favorite kid shows. The second child doesn't understand why her father never visits. Surely he must be doing selfish or evil things instead of spending time with his family.
I mean, arguably so, right? Because it seems like he actually has a duty to spend time with his family that he's abdicating. So
Yeah,
I actually don't think that this child is wrong.
This child's onto something. It's almost like the fatherly hiddenness here. It's a problem.
If the child here said, so the child here obviously believes that the father exists, but is like, he's a freaking asshole for not being in my life, so I don't want a relationship with him. I think that child's actually all right, but yeah.
She looks at the collection of letters he sent, but doesn't think it is enough. So over time, his lack of physical presence makes her bitter. And by the time she is in her teens, she no longer cares.
By the time she is in her teens, she's dyed her hair black and wears a choker in rebellion.
Why he was absent. Instead, she has convinced herself a real loving father would never abandon her. So the letters must be from an imposter pretending to be her father. But the third child receives the letters and studies them. Although as a child, she doesn't understand why her father will not visit and desires to be with him. She reads the words in the letters that her father loves her, and she believes his promises that they will be together one day.
Yeah, she's a needy schmuck.
Yeah, so if that actually happened in the real world, would anyone actually say that the daughter who still thinks their father loves them has a healthy relationship with her father? They would say no. Like there's a real issue here. Like,
but not only
if your father actually cared about you, he wouldn't just write you letters for like 18 years or whatever.
Yeah, not only no, I think people would look at it and say, actually, there's something wrong on her part here, that she doesn't harbor any resentments or anything like that, right? They'd be like, wow, she's kind of like needy and a bit of a schmuck, and
one day. So she waits and does what she can to learn everything about her father. Finally, when she is in her teens and her brain has developed and matured,
enough to see a scarred, mutilated face,
father comes to her.
But now this is the thing as well. It's like, even if those kids would cry seeing it, like they'll be fine on Tuesday. You know, they'll be all right. But it's Sunday today. Maybe they'll cry.
It's much better to have a father, right? This is this is the point. The whole analogy just sort of, in fact, it's actually a good analogy now that I think about it, because it illustrates why the divine hiddenness objection is so good, right? Because the whole point is that he's supposed to be our loving father in heaven, right? Who wants a relationship with us, and yet where is he?
It's like, look, God, I'm going to say this now. God, if you exist, and my conception of you is so wrong, such that I would cry a little bit if you appeared to me. I'm a big boy. You can appear to me now. And here's the point. Anyway, like, I am an adult now, so even if the analogy is supposed to hold, aren't I at a point where I can deal with?
Well, I think we're all children compared to God, right? Is that the idea?
Well, it is the idea, but I think the goalposts are always going to shift on this, right? Because suppose the idea is then, what, by the end of my life, finally I'm ready, and then it's like, so I die, and then I'm like, well, God didn't appear. So after the point where I die, either God does or doesn't appear to me, supposing there's some way for me to maintain consciousness still and have this conversation, right? And so I've died, and God doesn't appear to me and remains hidden, well, then we've still just got the same problem, right? At what point am I mature enough for him to reveal himself? But then suppose God does reveal himself to me. Well, then we've got like, well, what's the relevant difference in maturity just prior to my dying versus now after I've died, such that God, what's the relevant criteria where I'm now able for God to reveal himself? What's the criteria here being appealed to? I don't really understand.
Now she has gotten to know his heart, and so his appearance doesn't frighten her, and they are able to live together in happiness. Now, this analogy is not a perfect representation, but you can see the same ideas imbued in it. While we are currently spiritually immature, God stays physically hidden, so we can grow in love and humility. Slowly, the Holy Spirit sanctifies.
Apart from all the times we don't, and we in fact get worse because of divine hiddenness. Divine hiddenness exists for the purpose of causing people to grow in love and humility, but for many people throughout history instead causes them to become more and more depraved.
Yeah, you think the whole point is that God would want to be helping us on our journey here, right? And that is supposedly what Christians say. But yet God doesn't take the action needed for many people to bring them into that situation where he can help them.
But IP is saying because of hiddenness, people love and worship themselves, which then leads to them being immoral atheists who do communism or whatever. And
sanctifies us, and more of God is revealed to us as we grow in love and knowledge for him. God, being omniscient, knows the best way to reveal himself to every member of our depraved race, better than we know.
Well, that's a problem.
God is not hidden because he does not care, but because he cares more than we could know. As Laura Garcia
this
says,
was like gaslighting.
Persons.
Yeah. Oh, that's yeah.
Because he does not care, but because he cares more than we could know.
Look, I don't hit you because I don't care. It's because I care more than you know.
Yeah, your father hasn't abandoned you for 20 years because he doesn't care. He cares more than you know, right? Like, in any other context, no one would accept these sorts of arguments.
Well. Actually, in the context where you yourself are in a kind of abusive relationship, and you're trying to justify it to yourself, then you would.
That's true. Yes, people do in those sort of contexts.
And now I'm not saying that IP is in some kind of extreme belief system where there are social incentives for people to continue to remain in that abusive group, but
no. As Laura Garcia says, persons can only advance towards the goal of union with God by way of trials, darkness, and abandonment. Then it is necessary for God to hide himself from them in some measure or at some point along the way in order to make this advance possible. God's hiddenness is thus the result of his merciful love, which develops love and perseverance in his disciples by withdrawing the signs of his presence from time to time.
Which is why my conception of heaven is actually infinite emptiness and isolation, because that is the best state possible, is people being improved in that way by just being in pitch black isolation forever.
Yeah, these sorts of... I don't know the context of this essay, but this is just word salad to me. Persons can only advance towards the goal of union with God by way of trials, darkness, and abandonment. Why? Isn't that kind of a horrible thing to do to someone, to abandon them and put them in darkness? Why can't God come up with a better way of helping us?
Also, what's supposed here by union, right? Like, is union supposed to be?
I don't know.
Well, but presumably it's like having a relationship with God. So then, if that's union, you've got to you
build a relationship with God by being apart from him. It's like every other type of relationship, right? Friendships, romantic relationships, family. The best way to build those is to not spend time with those people. In fact, not even really know they exist.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've got to have a really why is the model here?
That's not how relationships work.
So so here's having a clear conception of God in your mind is like here, and then it's like if you're just a little bit away from that. Well, you're actually, the way that you cross that bridge is to go over here, miles and miles away, and then somehow the further away you get, you then cross the bridge to being right here. Like, it doesn't make any sense, this model.
And then the phrase is like this: it is necessary for God to hide himself from them in some measure or at some points in order to make this advance possible. It's like God's constrained by something. He really wants to help us, but he just can't without putting all these obstacles in our way or allowing these obstacles or withdrawing himself from us or however you want to phrase it. Why? Well, where did these obstacles come from? Isn't God omnipotent? Isn't he the creator and sustainer of all that there is?
Well, because he wanted to fine-tune.
Why is this the only way?
There's only so many ways to fine-tune a universe, and they all
I keep saying this, right? God is only omnipotent until theists start to respond to any particular objection or say anything specific, and then somehow there's all this paperwork, there's all this bureaucracy that God can't do all these things. Every time this happens, and this is just another example of this, it is necessary for God to do this. Why? What made that necessary? Where does that come from? Where are these constraints on God coming from?
God's nature. Platonic objects, objective lists.
Anyway, it's just very frustrating. I find it all very ad hoc.
Object to this answer of divine hiddenness because they say it is not a fair system. Some people receive more knowledge or proofs than others. Well, this is true, but
middle knowledge going to come back into play? People receive just the right amount for their moral character.
I think it does, actually. I think you've called it.
Yeah.
Objection assumes everyone is the same and needs the same amount of information. Again, God being omniscient knows who needs more information to change and who needs less, and knows who will choose to follow him or not.
Yeah.
You cannot assume it all has to be the same for each person, or that it is unfair. Given God's omniscience, he can accurately judge when an attempt to change someone will work and how much influence they need.
So this to me, though, again, just seems so implausible. The idea that God's middle knowledge... Okay, so if this is true, God has knowledge that if he were to... like perform some miracle in front of me, I would continue to not believe, right? But I think that if God were to perform some miracle in front of me, I would believe. And so just insofar as that belief conflicts with God having this type of middle knowledge, well, then that's, for me, really strong evidence now against the fact that God has this type of middle knowledge, right? Because it's just so implausible to me that if fucking Jesus appeared to me on my bed, I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm just going to continue to disbelieve actually. And that's a true counterfactual, subjunctive, conditional, or something like that in God's mind. Because it's not true. Like I know that if Jesus appeared to me on my bed, I would believe in Jesus. Like, yeah, this is crazy.
And he knows who will change and who will not. Given that we are not omniscient like God, we cannot assume the system is truly unfair. You can see my video on the omniscience paradox.
I hate this as well. Like, you're not omniscient, so what? Like, you can't believe what you have good reason to believe anymore. No, the mere fact that I'm not omniscient, the mere fact that I'm fallible, doesn't stop me from believing the things I have most reason to believe still. It just means that now I'm going to proceed with more caution, right?
Yeah.
For more on this. Others argue it is unfair because having a lack of information can result in punishment in hell. This objection has several problems. First, it assumes the unbelievers would change if just given more information. Throughout the video, we've shown that is unlikely, given our psychological state. Second, it assumes hell is a place people are thrown into against their will. As we discussed in our video on hell, all it is a freely chosen identity of rejecting God. No one is in hell who doesn't want to be there. And we addressed this in more detail in our previous...
Okay, so I just want to comment on this, that there's a sense in which I think that this model can be a cool one, right? Where it's the idea...
Pretty warm
that...
by the look of hell. We
Well, the idea that what hell is giving people over to their vices or something, where there is a lesson for them to learn that sanctifies them or something like that, right? There's a sense in which I think that this can be an okay idea. What I dislike about this is the idea that this is a choice made with good knowledge or something like that. That here there isn't any blameworthiness on the part of God or something. Because I think there are, again, just going to be plausible cases here where people are just born in horrible situations with or aren't taught the right things, they don't have the right information at their disposal, and that forms and shapes their characters. And so I'm a compatibilist, they're still morally responsible for who they are. But for example, if I'm a politician, I'm not going to go, well, it's more a reflection of who people really are to not give them educational opportunities so they can make horrible life choices. Instead, I'm going to go, no, I want to fund schools properly and things so we can make these people better citizens and they can make more informed. I want people to be educated so they can be the best people possible. Because there's an aspect of their character that's a part of the system that they're in. And so I think that here God's going to be, no one's kind of just sitting back with good knowledge and going, hell or heaven. I think I'll go hell, right? Instead, it's the fact, instead what you need hell to be here is that there's some necessary process for people to go to get to a state where they can reflect on knowledge or something like that. And okay, maybe that's not very nice for a time period or something. You can make that version of hell work. But I think that IP is being way too strong with this, where he's kind of like, this picture of people just sitting back with like perfect knowledge and choosing one or the other is not correct.
Well, it's very hard to understand how this belief here is consistent with the Michael Murray quote that IP put up before, which is that if everyone knew or had enough information about, the choices and outcomes that are available to them with respect to God and following what he wants for us, then there wouldn't really be any meaningful free choice, because it would be so overwhelming in one direction that everyone would choose to follow him. It seems problematic to say that the only reason why people would not choose to follow God is because they don't have sufficient information, or it was like unclear to them what the best choice was. Why is that a good situation to put people in, right? So if you agree with Michael Murray, it seems that no one would choose to go to hell, right? Unless they had insufficient information. But if they did have insufficient information, then it doesn't seem really fair for them if they made a choice without enough information to make it as clear to them as it was to other people. And if that does happen, then why does God not provide that more information, or the whatever changes he needs to make, whatever he needs to do to get them to accept it? Why doesn't he do that for everyone?
So just tangentially, sorry, James, I can't contain myself any longer because we have some absolute zingers going on in the chat. Therefore, nothing is empirical, but non-empirical like God is one comment. I'm not sure what that's in response to, but
I don't even know what that means.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
We can ponder that.
I like, how is this person thinking of the world such that they've come to say a sentence like that? Pond's Cremator, who seems to be some type of Catholic, seems to think that Saul Kripke would solve our problems here. Now, maybe they're responding to a comment and not us, but I will say that Naming a Necessity is the worst philosophy book I've read in my life. I absolutely hated it. I hate the Kripke worship that, I think because some initiation in philosophy is required to engage with some of Kripke's ideas, that people hold philosophers like Kripke up as, like once you've reached that power level or something, it's really good stuff. But I actually reject that. I think that there isn't that much really of value in the kind of models that Kripke's offering. I think he's just creating like tinker toy models for thinking about logic and language. And I think that they're deeply, profoundly mistaken. And it would be much more fruitful for people to engage with fields like linguistics, psychology, and cognitive science to try and figure out better models of how do people think about things like possibility or nouns and things like that. And then we have Lawsome Clips, who says atheists have no grounding for truth, so you can understand what follows from that logically. Well, apparently not so if you don't have any grounding for truth, but
grounding for truth.
Yeah.
People use some words sometimes that are grounding for truth. Like, I'm just trying to even understand what's being asked.
So for example, when I say 2 + 2 = 4, James, that is connected to God's mind. So when I say, say it's true that 2 + 2 = 4, there's like a kind of string, obviously not like a real string, but it's like a sort of a magical string that's connected between my mind, which is not physical, but is here. So I'm pointing here. Yeah. And it's like connected between my mind and God's mind. And the string is like, connected to the proposition that 2 + 2 = true. And that's what makes it true, because and that's what the grounding is that sort of string.
Yeah, I think that's one way to ground truth, I suppose. Maybe we could have a whole. Well, we kind of did actually. We did pre-sub, right? So we talked about this.
Yeah.
I think that people just need to think a bit more about using words like that, right?
Yeah,
because it's often very unclear what's being asked for. And atheists do this as well, I think. But
have a theory. Yeah, I mean, I think charitably, what's being asked for is a theory of truth. but then I think that their theory of truth.
Well, there's lots of theories of truth.
Yeah, but the problem is the joke I'm making there is that their theory of truth just makes absolutely no sense. Like, what is the nature of the relationship between a disembodied mind called God and it having attitudes, and like it being correct that there is like a bottle on the table in front of me? Like, what's it seems like intrinsic to all of the things about the bottle, the table, and myself, and the relationship between them is, you know, what would be relevant to my consideration of truth. and this disembodied mind has nothing to do with any of those. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway.
Yeah.
No one is in hell who doesn't want to be there, and we addressed this in more detail in our previous video. Third, Jesus strongly implied in John 9:41 and John 15:22, people are not condemned on the basis of lack of information. Everyone will be given a choice in this life or the beginning of the next if they want to be refined by the fire of God's love or be their own Lord and reject this.
All right, I'll choose then. Cool. See you later, RIP.
So this is interesting. He says that we'll have a choice either now or at the beginning of the next life. How many Christians believe that? I don't know what view that is.
But also, what does he mean here? Like, does he mean with perfect knowledge or without it? Because then, if it's with perfect knowledge, well, then God seems to be violating many of the things that were apparently necessary for like soul building, right? Which is maintaining epistemic distance. If God gives people knowledge and then says make the choice, right? Well, then he's violating hiddenness in order to say what choice do you want to make and make sure that people are informed when they make that choice, right? Which seems to undermine all of these considerations about hiddenness being necessary and required. But then if God isn't revealing himself in this way, it's not clear in which people are making this free choice, because maybe they just don't have the evidence available to them to be able to kind of like realize that they're in error or something.
Yeah, if you say that there's going to be more knowledge or evidence or a better situation available for people in the next life, then it raises the question, why not just do that in this life? It sounds like God is kind of making extra work. Now, you can of course also just say, well, he likes to do it that way. But it again doesn't seem really expected if you say, look, we exist in this life for a purpose, but sometimes that purpose isn't fulfilled, and sometimes there's like a backup plan in the next life. It seems a bit ad hoc to me. Like, what? Does not seem like what you'd expect an omnipotent God to do.
Yeah.
Fire. If honest rejection of Christ exists, then as C.S. Lewis says, honest rejection of Christ, however mistaken, will be forgiven and healed. But to evade the Son of Man, to look the other way, to pretend you haven't noticed, this is a different matter. No one is condemned for ignorance. God knows the hearts of all, and knows all who will freely surrender.
Got to be my least favorite.
Finally, Schellenbergs.
I'm so conflicted on him because I love Narnia. So
that's not really apologetics. It's allegory.
Narnia is Christianity, James. Narnia is Christianity.
Yeah, but it's
Aslan is Jesus.
It's Christian outreach in a way, right? But I wouldn't say that it's apologetics. It's not trying to use reason and persuasion and evidence to get you to accept it.
Yeah.
Objects that there are examples in the Bible where belief was forced upon people and they still continue to disobey God or outright reject him. So giving everyone a forced belief in God will not interfere with our process of sanctification. Paul was forced to believe but still continued to sin. Balaam from Numbers 22 is another good example.
What he earlier said.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just doesn't engage with the argument, right?
But this works against divine hiddenness. Michael Murray responds by pointing out this objection, assumes everyone is the same and will respond in the same way, or that it would work at all. As we've discussed throughout the video, this might not even be worth it, or may have already been done, but people simply desire it not to be true. Either way, God being omniscient knows the...
Also, why does light come out of Jesus' chest?
Well, where else would it come out from?
Yeah, that's true.
It's got to come from somewhere.
That's true. Didn't think about that.
fallen nature of each of us, and knows the best way to change all who are open to it and in a way appropriate for the individual. Murray says, while some creatures might be able to receive probabilifying revelations and still remain free to engage in soul making, others may not.
Okay. So, but when people do get probabilifying revelations. You know, this is the ad hocery, right? It's like, I'm just going to spend ages talking about why you don't need that. But sometimes it is going to be that when it's, you know, in the right amount, it's going to be that evidence persuades people, and that's good. But sometimes it's not going to be like, okay.
Yeah, again, I don't know why having a more concrete, solid, definite knowledge of God and his desires for you would somehow impede your soul-making efforts. It's not at all clear how that's supposed to work.
The theist ought to argue that God will provide such revelations to those who can receive them and still remain free in the required way. As a result...
So why didn't IP say this? Why didn't he just have a 2-minute video that said, yeah, hiddenness looks like a problem, but actually God's going to give you evidence, so bite. If that's what he actually believes, and that's his response.
Rather than shy away from such biblical examples as Saul on the road...
Why engage in 20 minutes of cope when the answer is just, no, he's going to give you the evidence. I'm 100% certain of that. Bye.
To Damascus, or the Israelites at Meribah, the theist might actually expect that there would be such cases. What the theist can deny, however, is that such powerful revelations would be common. In a nutshell, God is omniscient and knows how to truly change people. And given the selfish and prideful nature of humanity, the mere propositional knowledge of God's existence doesn't seem to be what can really help us with that. God wants none to perish in their own sin. If you are open to hearing his word...
Which is why he doesn't reveal himself to them so they can perish.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, right? God wants it. He's omnipotent, so he should be able to attain it as long as it's not logically impossible, right? And yet he doesn't even seem to be making a very good effort to achieve it. Look at how many people don't even know anything about God, let alone that God wants to have a relationship with them or how to do that. Yeah. And I mean, throughout all of Earth's history as well.
So I think this is the problem.
It's just kind of crap as a God. Like,
I think that this is the key kind of like point of this observation, right? So what would help God to achieve a state of affair where far less people perish, right? So we've got, suppose we just start from today, let's leave all the past aside, and we've got some people believe in God, right? And some people don't believe in God. And God's got some options here. God can make it so that he reveals himself in this super clear way to absolutely everyone. Well, presumably for the people who already believe in him, I don't think that him making it clear he believes is going to dissuade any of them, right? So they're going to just continue to believe. And now let's look at the people who disbelieve. Well, for at least some of them, God persuading, or, you know, God revealing himself that he exists to all of them is going to persuade some of them to want to follow him and enter into a relationship. But they're all already not in a relationship with him. So it's not like they can change their mind on the basis of this evidence and not enter it. So there's literally no downside and only potential upside to God revealing himself to them. And so why would God not reveal himself to them? What's the epistemic distance doing?
Yeah.
Words. In knowing him as love, the only way to let love in is to allow God to change you. For God is love. And when you surrender yourself to love,
that was a bit of a weird image. What's going on?
To allow God to change you. For God is love. And when you surrender yourself to love, he will change you. And in that, reveal himself to you in a way.
And you're changing that guy.
When you surrender yourself, let love in, is to allow God to change
in. Just let Jesus in.
Change you. For God is love. And when you surrender yourself to love, he will change you. And in that, reveal himself to you in a way that you will know love like you never have. All who ask in love and humility.
Oh yeah, do you know what I want to say about this? There's a hymn that I really like. What's it called? That I've thought about. Here is love vast as the ocean. And I like the hymn still, but whenever I listen to the lyrics, it kind of freaks me out actually, because one of the opening verses is like, here is love vast as the ocean, loving mercy as a flood. And I was like, what? You know, like every time I hear that verse, I'm like, what the fuck? Loving mercy as a flood. And obviously the perspective here is like, because God showed mercy to Noah, but it's like he's fucking drowning everyone. Like, like, here is love vast as the ocean, and the connotation of that love that you're supposed to think about in that song there is the drowning of people. Like,
well, you're just not really supposed to think of that. Anyway, they're bad people. They deserve to drown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And when you surrender yourself to love,
so
he will change you. And in that, reveal himself to you in a way that you will know love like you never have.
Yeah, you'll know love like you never have, drowning everyone. Yeah.
All who ask in love and humility, it shall be given.
Yep, well, I've been knocking, and I tell you what, the more I knock and the less God answers, the more it makes me think maybe that ain't true. And the question is, how long am I supposed to knock for before, suppose I said for something that we disagree about, right? Like, I don't know, I don't actually think communism is true, but I know IP hates communism. He's like some kind of libertarian, like anarcho-libertarian type guy. And suppose I said to him, look, if you just keep pursue it, if you just keep reading Marxist apologetics, you're going to figure out that communism is true eventually. And he's like, look, I've read so many books, I've spent so much time. I'm like, no, it's just around the corner, it's coming. At what point are you justified in saying, look, I've had enough, I've spent thousands of pounds on books, I did a frigging degree in this, no, you're still not justified, Michael, it's just coming, it's around the corner. It's it's the sunk cost fallacy, right? It's like
Yeah, I found that video. I mean, there's interesting quotes in there, but I found it poorly structured. It just sort of seems to go all over the place a little bit, like bringing up Molinism and then bringing it up again later. And anyway, so I think the next one is this is a longer video, but it's actually a compilation of a few different ones. So we don't need to watch the whole thing. I think, yeah, actually, let's play the first couple of minutes because there's an interesting little question here.
Let me. Oh no, I'm not muted. Jesus, I'm going insane, James. Didn't get enough sleep, and I'm like, am I muted on my mic? Am I not muted? I've realized a few times I've thought I'm muted, and I've typed down the microphone, and I've been like, what am I doing afterwards? Anyway, there we go.
If you're unsure if you're muted on the internet, just utter racial slurs, and chat will let you know pretty quickly if you're muted. I think that's probably the best method.
Dr. Craig, Eddie Tabash from Beverly Hills, California. You mentioned in your opening speech about the importance of miracles in Jesus's ministry, and apparently you did so to demonstrate his need to give an evidentiary proof of his divinity beyond the laws of nature. Otherwise, why would he perform miracles? If our entire salvation is dependent upon accepting Jesus, why does God act in such a hidden fashion today? Why not 2,000 years later give us miracles, part a few oceans, fire and brimstone, a few cities, maybe a few flaming chariots? If we needed 2,000 years ago supernatural evidence to believe supernatural things.
But not iron chariots, remember, because God cannot fight iron chariots.
Really? I don't remember. Where's that from?
The Old Testament. Let me find.
I shouldn't have asked.
Honestly, it's pretty funny. So this is. Let me just find it. It's like Judges 1:19. Yahweh was with Judah, and he took possession of the hill country. So this is like a battle that's happening. Yahweh was with Judah, and he took possession of the hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plain because they had chariots of iron.
I've never heard of that passage. That's hilarious.
It says 1 week.
With God, nothing is impossible, but they do have iron chariots. Nearly everything is possible.
That's why there's a guy who you might see in chat from time to time called Iron Charioteer.
Oh, yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah.
That's so funny. God can't stop iron chariots. What does he do when the panzers come by? Oof.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're made of composite steel, so it's sort of,
Why is God so stingy today in denying us?
And obviously, got me uns, James. Got me uns. God can use the iron chariots.
True.
Ein Blitzkrieg.
Against the godless
That
communists.
same-
It's all making sense now.
Yeah.
to believe supernatural things. Why is God so stingy today in denying us that same supernatural evidence, considering that so much rides upon it?
Well, I would agree with the French philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal when he said that God has given evidence sufficient for those with an open mind and an open heart, but it's sufficiently vague so as not to compel those whose hearts are closed. Certainly, God could write in skywriting.
God has given evidence sufficiently vague.
Yeah, again, we talked about this with IP, but it's a very odd thing to say. We don't really accept this in any other context as like more evidence is worse because it makes it too obvious. Like, why is that bad? What's the problem exactly?
Yeah, I think here's the here's the problem is, so we want to say, is the evidence good enough or is the evidence not good enough, right? So we want to say there's some norms of inquiry such that the evidence is either going to be good enough to compel belief or not good enough to compel belief. So that's the initial observation. And then I think that there's this response to that that's kind of right, which is to say, well, everyone has different evidence available to them, right? So for some people, that's going to be good enough, and for some people, it's not going to be good enough when they're provided with the same set of reasons, right? So that's a response. So then we say, okay, well, what is the what is the evidence? And then we have a discussion about that, right? Because presumably, if you think that there's some evidence that's good enough, we just have we have a discussion about that, and then we see whether or not it is good enough. And then obviously, I think that it's not good enough. But I think then the idea that it's something, then once you've presented me with the evidence and I've got responses to those pieces of evidence and those responses have gone unanswered, I think I'm rationally justified at that point, and we can just say the evidence isn't good enough to compel belief, rather than that it's some like moral flaw with me that I don't have, that I'm not persuaded by the evidence or something like that. Like, you know, the reason that I don't believe in Craig's Kalam is not, I don't think, because of like I'm evil or something like that. I just think that actually I don't buy the stuff that he has to say about infinities. Like, what are my intuitions and thoughts about metaphysical possibility here coming from sin? Really? Like, is it sinful? It's sinful to not think that, you know, an infinite series of events in the past is like, yeah.
Well, most people aren't capable of understanding those sorts of things anyway. Although, of course, Craig would say, well, you don't need any of those things. Everyone, I mean, that's ultimately what Craig's appeal is going to be, that everyone can get this personal experience, this sense of God loving them. And so that's accessible to anyone who asks. Although, I mean, do you need to know to ask? Because what about people who live in societies where they don't know? Like, there still seems to be an issue there. Or how do they even have a conception of God loving them and dying for their sins and things if they've never heard of that in a way that they understand? I think there's still an issue there, even if, as we talked about, even if that's the type of knowledge we're talking about. But again, I want to say, like, let's suppose the evidence for God is finely balanced in the way that Craig says, right? And some people believe it and some people don't. And now let's imagine we make the evidence a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens that's bad? On the one hand, maybe nothing changes, like no one.
More apologetics.
Well, yeah, it seems the worst case is nothing changes, in which case, well, what's the problem? But it seems more likely that at least if some people are convinced by the evidence, which apologists always say, then maybe at least some people will be convinced by making the evidence a little bit better, in which case God seems to be achieving his objective of saving everyone at least a little bit better, right? So I don't understand why it's better to have worse evidence. When is it ever better to have worse evidence? Assuming that evidence is accurate, right? Which is the assumption here. Like, what? It's just an assertion that it somehow compels you, as if that's a bad thing. Yeah, I want to be compelled by the evidence. I want the evidence to be so strong that there's no question, and that we can, once we know the evidence, it's like, yes, it's
your dad was a horrible
make that
burn
decision and move on.
If your dad was in a Burns accident, then it would be horrible for you to have more evidence, because you'd have to see his burnt up, mangled face. So, is it? And also, isn't this is all like an argument against the Renaissance in Christian philosophy, right? Because they keep coming up with stronger and stronger arguments. They keep clarifying the evidence. They're writing tomes on the evidences, and they're bringing modern science into it. I mean, this is all terrible because it's shifting the evidential landscape in away from hiddenness, right? Which is bad.
Well, this is a similar issue to the problem of evil, right? Where it's like, well, God tells us to remedy evils when we see them. But at the same time, we have to believe, or at least many Christians believe, that God set things up so that there's a good reason why bad things happen. So there's this sort of cognitive dissonance here in whereby, as an individual, I try to remediate harms and prevent bad things from happening. But at a meta level, I think, well, God is also deliberately allowing those things to happen and has a good reason for doing so. So it's actually good that those bad things happen if I can't prevent them. So it's like, well, it's good.
It's good
As an individual apologist, Craig is trying to make better and better arguments, but he also thinks at the same time that it's good that God hasn't provided better arguments. It's
so
this like weird sort of I don't even know what it is. It's this weird sort of tension between your individual actions and what you think God has.
I want to do what God wants. God doesn't want there to be better reasons, but I both believe I want to do what God wants. God doesn't want there to be better reasons, and I want there to be better reasons to serve God. Like that's the kind of like intention with each other, right?
Yeah. God wants you to make better reasons, but he doesn't want there to be better reasons overall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how it makes sense.
Across the sky, I exist, repent or perish, something of that sort. Or on every atom, he could write created by God.
Republican.
Well, I mean, he couldn't because atoms are quite small, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a strange example. And the vote Republican example is a bit strange. Maybe that was in reference to something earlier, but it seems like just sort of bizarre, not really relevant.
Yeah.
Well,
But I don't think that God's under any sort of obligation to offer these kinds of coercive evidences. I think that the evidences he has given are sufficient for someone who's willing to look at them with an open mind and an open heart. And I would add this other point too, is that
I mean, presumably you need your heart intact to engage in philosophy. But...
Listen, remember we were saying before about how theists say the same thing in two different ways and they just make it sound good or bad depending on the words they use. So here, Craig has said, God is not under any obligation to offer these coercive evidences. Okay, so Christians are not, and I guess Muslims as well, are not typically used to thinking of God as having obligations. And so whenever you say God's not under an obligation, that sounds like that's reasonable. Yeah, God doesn't have to do what we think he should do. Like God's not under our obligation, so that seems reasonable. And then when he describes him as coercive, that we don't want to coerce people. That's bad. God wants to allow freedom. So phrasing it that way, it sounds reasonable, right? But let's phrase it in a different way, which I think is essentially logically equivalent in this case. That God has reasons to make his existence and his love for people as evident to everyone as he can, and inviting them to participate in a relationship with him.
Yes,
and yet apparently he hasn't done that, right? So phrased in that way, I think it's much less obvious to a Christian as to, well, hang on, why hasn't God done that? It's purely in the way that it's framed, and that's what I wanted to emphasize here. That it's not actually a substantive response. It's just saying the questioner is asking, why not this? And Craig is saying, God doesn't do this, but in a way that makes it sound bad if God had done it. That it's purely in the way that it's framed, and it's not actually a substantive response.
Yeah.
He doesn't say why it would be coercive, and he doesn't say why God wouldn't want to do this given his own nature. He just says, he's not under any obligation. But then doesn't he want to?
Yeah, then you'd say, so why would you think a loving God has an obligation to provide good reasons to people to believe in them? And it's because they want to enter into a relationship with those people, right? And it's necessary for people to enter into a relationship for them to believe you exist. So that's kind of why.
Though I haven't talked about this very much tonight.
Which is to say, even in the face of the IP type objections, well, even if someone believes you exist, then they might not enter into a relationship with you. But let me tell you, 0% of the people who believe you don't exist enter into a relationship with you, whereas at least some of the people who believe you exist enter into. I
think that the primary way in which we know God exists is not through these evidences, but it is through this immediate experience of God himself. The fifth point that I talked about. For those who are genuinely seeking God, I believe God will make his existence evident to them. So there is a sort of interior way to God in addition to these exterior proofs.
An interior way is such a joke. Like, like for every crazy thing that anyone's believed ever, how do you know it? In an interior way, like in a special way. Do you want timestamps? Do you want to keep going on just playing through?
Yeah, let's now jump to 4:45.
Existence is not as obvious as it could be, or as one might desire. The atheist objects that if God existed, then we would expect to see more evidence of his existence than what we do have. There's a probability that if God were there, that he would disclose himself in some way so that his existence would be more obvious. And given that God is hidden, so to speak, that his existence is not obvious, this counts as evidence against God's existence. Now, one's perspective on this problem of the hiddenness of God cannot but be influenced by your assessment of natural theology. Remember, natural theology is the project of trying to show that God exists without appealing to biblical revelation. Rather, you appeal to reason and to evidence in order to show that God exists. And if you think that the project of natural theology is successful, that is to say, that there are good arguments and evidence for the existence of God, then you're apt to be skeptical of the atheist's claim here that God's existence is so hidden. You'll be skeptical of his claim that if God existed, we should expect to see more evidence of existence than what we do have. And you'll remember that this was a point I raised in the debate with Austin Dacey, where I argued that there's absolutely no basis to think that if God existed, that we should have more evidence of his existence than the origin of the universe out of nothing a finite time ago, the incredibly improbable fine-tuning of the universe for the existence of intelligent life, the existence of a realm of objectively existing moral values and duties, the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth from the dead, and the experience in our immediate personal lives of God's presence. It's hard to understand how one could claim that if those arguments for God's existence are cogent, that God is in fact hidden.
All right, let's pause
Michael
there.
Scriven, whom I quoted when we talked.
Scriven, what a last name. So I think part of the, well, a major issue here is the way that Craig formulates the argument. And to be fair, some people do formulate it this way, but he formulated the argument of hiddenness as we would expect there to be more evidence for God's existence. And he seems to be understanding that, well, primarily in terms of objective, empirical, or like logical arguments, although he did also mention the subjective component there as well. So I suppose he sees it both ways. But the point is, he's saying, well, look, we've already got plenty of evidence, and what's the basis for saying that we would expect even more? The problem, though, is that I think the stronger forms of the hiddenness argument, and the way Schellenberg also presents it, is it's not the amount of evidence that actually exists. It's the evidence available and the understanding of that evidence for particular people and for each person who lives and has lived, right? So of all the things that Craig mentioned, most average people have no conception of the majority of those, and many people throughout history wouldn't have known anything about these arguments or been capable of understanding them in their own terms. The only one that arguably they would have is the last one that he mentioned, which is the subjective experience of God. But the problem with that is that even if you think that Chinese peasants or hunter-gatherers or whoever throughout history had some kind of experience of the divine, would they have been able to understand that in a sufficiently theologically sound way, according to Craig's views, for that to sort of count as having a relationship with God? I mean, many of these people wouldn't have believed in a single God for a start. They wouldn't have necessarily believed in a God who wanted to have a relationship with them or a God who died for them, right? So I don't know what the threshold is for that exactly, but even there, the point is that many people throughout history haven't had a sufficient understanding of the nature of God and his alleged desires with respect to us for that kind of spiritual witness to have been effective for them, because they just didn't know that they just didn't know about these things. So the point is not objectively how much evidence exists. Maybe there is more than enough evidence for an educated person and a seeker in today's society to be convinced of God's existence. But that doesn't say anything about all of the people who either don't have access to that or aren't able to understand that or historically lived before that. And that's really the core of the argument from my point of view, is that God hasn't been doing the things that we would expect a loving God to do to make himself known to people throughout history and throughout the world. And it's not a statement about the quality of the evidence, for a 21st century educated person today. It's about God's actions throughout history with respect to different persons. And Craig just never really addresses that.
Let's put it this way. From God's point of view, there are some really good arguments for his existence, right? Well, yeah, that's great. But the point is about what do we expect, conditionalizing on certain things, right, in order to make inferences. And the idea is that in worlds where there are non-resistant non-believers who exist, well, for those non-resistant non-believers, they don't have very good evidence that God exists. And that's not the type of existence that you would expect for beings when there is an ultimate, perfectly loving being who has entirely created that world just to have a relationship with those creatures, right? So yeah.
Talked about the presumption of atheism, at the end of the day held that we are justified in rejecting the existence of something only if the claim that it exists is wholly unsupported. That is to say, there is no evidence at all in favor of this thing. There is no particular evidence for it. And
do you have a timestamp?
9 minutes.
The world's unbelief by making his existence so starkly apparent that everyone would believe in him. There would be no unbelief. For example, God could have inscribed "made by God" upon every molecule in the universe, or he could
have. You're muted.
I said, here he goes again, but I don't think I just don't think it's, this is physically possible or therefore metaphysically possible. I have no idea what it would mean. but this, I mean, this just gets into broadly, more broadly, like, in terms of how I think people should conduct philosophy and inquiry. Part of my criticism of this type of apologetics and philosophy is like, it's just these silly little crossword puzzles that people are playing, but there's no real attempt to construct a robust theory that integrates our knowledge about the world, and actually is useful for anything that we're trying to do. Instead, it's just all these like stupid little phrases and that people kind of.
That's pretty much all Craig's ever done.
Yeah, like if he wrote made by God in a molecule, like what the hell are you even saying? Like I don't even know that this makes sense. Like maybe epistemically possible, maybe like what? I don't think that. I think from when I see these sorts of things, it becomes apparent to me that the goal or purpose isn't clarity, and it's not figuring out what's true, but it's instead lawyering, right? It's like having these little like lawyered phrases that one can say to sell the audience, and it just winds me up.
Put a neon cross in the sky with the words "Jesus saves" or something of that sort, in which case everyone would recognize his existence. And so some atheists actually tried to blame God for the unbelief in the world. They say that if God existed, there shouldn't be any unbelief in the world because God would.
Well, this is frustrating as well. They're not trying to blame God. They're saying that the absence of evidence, or they're not even saying the absence of evidence, the existence of non-resistant non-believers is evidence against the idea that a God exists. They're not trying to say, oh, I'm so upset that non-resistant non-believers exist, and it's your fault, God, because that would make them theists, not atheists, right? If they were trying to blame God. So the type of reason Craig's appealing to with his audience here, with the in-group, is he's trying to persuade them like morally by appealing to their emotions and values and saying, look at these bad guys, they're trying to blame God.
Yes, exactly. That's why he uses language like that. It doesn't make any sense from the atheist to talk about blaming God. They're using it as an inference that God doesn't exist. But yeah, it sounds good to the Christian audience to talk about blaming God.
Would make his existence so starkly apparent that everyone would believe in him, and therefore the fact that there is unbelief is really God's fault, or rather goes to show that there is no God, because if there were a God, there would be no unbelief. And I think this came out in the debate with Austin Dacey again. Dacey was not satisfied with the 6 arguments that I gave for the existence of God.
Why is this like
the way he phrases that? It's he wasn't satisfied with the argument. Instead of saying he didn't agree with him, he didn't find the persuasive, he wasn't satisfied with it, which is a phrase that you use to describe someone who's being unreasonable with something they should be satisfied with.
Yes. Yeah.
All of this sort of verbal play is just really irritating.
So that there's something someone else just pointed out, saying Craig has nice lips. Maybe the bottom lip, but he's got no top. What's going on with the top lip in this picture? But then the other point I wanted to make was, why is the audio for this like I'm listening to a Victorian seance? There's like piano music in the background.
Oh yes,
it's like a vinyl. Like
I thought that something else was playing on my computer. I don't really know what the deal with that is. It's strange.
Like what the hell was this?
I can only assume that this session took place in a church or some other
I think
setting
so.
where there were other events occurring?
Yeah, he gives his defenders class, right? So I'm presuming he's on a stage, and so the recording apparatus is maybe less than perfect, and maybe there's someone in a different room playing piano because that's what Chris. But it like, oh, I can't get out of my head that it's like I'm listening to some sort of bizarre seance thing, like when we did the parapsychology stuff. It's like like I start hearing the ghosts in the background or something.
But he wanted to say that even though there might be that evidence, it's not enough, because there's still many people who don't believe in God, and that if God existed, he would supply enough evidence. So
okay, I'm just going to respond to one thing. Cafe, we are not opening the room to discussion because this is a bad apologetics episode. James and I produce different types of content on different days of the week. When we do bad apologetics, we commentate on things. Then what we do is I do open call-ins like pretty regularly. James has his email everywhere, so people can email him and schedule talks if they're interested. I also have a Discord, which both James and I are in, where you could go and try to arrange a conversation. So, you're more than welcome to talk to us. Both of us would be willing to do so, but right now, not the time. And that goes for other people too who are upset and want to talk to us. We're more than happy to talk to you, but not right now.
that everyone would believe in him. Now, what might we say in response to that? Would God make his existence more obvious if he existed than what we do see? Well, many theists have pointed out in response to this that God, in order to preserve human free will, has not simply overwhelmed us with the apparentness of his existence. God could have simply given a theophany of himself in such a way that everyone would have to believe that he exists, and it would in effect override human free will. And that therefore, in order to make faith in God a free human decision, there has to be a sort of arm's distance at which...
Bad apologetics translation, let's criticize low-hanging fruit. Now, there's a sense in which...
Craig's low-hanging fruit?
Well, I mean, there's a sense in which, like, James and I both genuinely believe that apologetics is terrible. And so, there's a sense in which, yeah, it is low-hanging fruit, right? But I think as far as the person who thinks that apologetics is a legitimate enterprise goes, we are actually typically engaging with the best that there is. So, I mean, given if you believe that apologetics is good and exhibits good philosophy and provides people with good reasons to believe, well, then we engage with that stuff. Whereas if you agree with us that apologetics is rubbish, well, then yeah, it's low-hanging fruit that we're criticizing, right? So it's just dependent on what you think about the status of apologetics, whether or not we're criticizing low-hanging fruit or the best in the business and the renaissance of Christian philosophy here.
Yeah, if you have someone else you think we should cover, send it to me or Nathan. We'll have a look. Always open to covering other people.
God has created us, so to speak, a kind of epistemic distance, as philosophers say, an epistemological distance at which God has created us that makes his existence not more obvious. I don't think this response is entirely adequate, however, because even if God made his existence absolutely obvious so that everyone could see that he exists, the question would still remain of whether or not we're going to place our faith in him in the sense of having a trust in God, a personal love relationship with him. And so even if it were true that God's existence was so apparent that everybody knew that he exists, that still wouldn't remove the room or the need for faith in the sense of personal...
You know what? This is like saying, in order to get to Melbourne, you need to, the only way of you getting to Melbourne is in your car, right? However, if you were to get in your car, that doesn't get you to Melbourne. You'd still need to turn the key and drive it there. So, you wouldn't get in the car to go to Melbourne. Like, it's not... The point is that in order for people to then make that choice to have a relationship, they need to believe first.
Yeah, it's the same point we mentioned before, and I don't know where I don't know if there are serious academic defenses of this, like articles where they explicate this point about the what principle of freedom they're appealing to, what type of value it is that is protected or promoted by God restricting the information for us, but I just don't know of what this could be. That generally the point is, if someone is to make an informed decision, you give them as much information as they're able to understand or comprehend. And clearly God doesn't do that for everyone. You might say, well, he can't tell us everything because we wouldn't understand, but there's many things that he has shown and done to people that he doesn't do for others, as we've discussed, that clearly people are able to understand. And God would know what everyone could understand and could provide them with things at their level, right? So the point is, why wouldn't he provide everyone with the maximum amount of information possible so they can make the best informed choice? And yeah, as Craig is now saying, some people would still not choose to follow him. So what is the problem exactly?
Commitment, love, and trust in God. So I don't think that answers the question adequately, though it does make a good point that God doesn't coerce us to believe in him. But I think the very fact that this reveals that God's existence could be perfectly apparent, and yet people might not yet believe in him or trust in him, shows where the weakness in this objection lies. Why, we might ask, would God want to make his existence as apparent as possible? Why would he want to put a neon cross in the sky that says Jesus saves, for example? As the Christian philosopher Paul Moser has emphasized, on the Christian view, it's actually a matter of relative indifference to God whether or not people believe that he exists. And I find that non-Christians...
Well, insofar as that's a necessary condition for having a relationship with him, it's not a matter of indifference to God, right?
Yes, and this is where there's a bait and switch, where what he's going to say is that it is a matter of indifference to God whether people merely believe in him. But that's not the claim of the concern of the proponent of divine hiddenness. They're not asking why does God not make it so that people merely believe in him. They're asking why doesn't God provide the conditions necessary for people to be able to enter into a relationship with him, and belief is, as I'm saying, necessary for that. So we're not asking about why doesn't God promote more mere belief. We're asking why doesn't he do what is necessary to promote more of the loving relationship that he allegedly wants. But Craig is just sort of deciding to attack this straw man version, which again is similar to what IP argued, which is the idea that, oh, well, God is only concerned about mere belief, and therefore why doesn't God do more to promote that? Well, that's not actually what the claim is. You look at Schellenbergs argument, that's clearly not what he's claiming. That's not what I would argue either.
Christians have a great difficulty understanding this. But in fact, that is the biblical view. For God, it is relatively a matter of indifference whether or not people believe that he exists. Rather, what God is interested in is building a love relationship with us, a personal, saving relationship. He's not interested in just getting us to believe that he exists. He wants us to believe in him, not just that he exists. The Bible says that even the demons believe that God exists, and they tremble because they don't have any saving relationship with him. James chapter 2 and verse 19. So there's a great difference between simply believing that God exists and having this personal relationship with him. Now, of course, somebody might say in order to believe in God, you have to first believe that God exists, and that's certainly true. But there's no reason at all to think that if God were to make his existence more evident, more manifest, that more people would come into a saving relationship with him than actually do. Mere showmanship won't bring about a change of heart. Just getting people to believe that there is a supreme creator and designer of the universe won't make them fall in love with him. And I think it's very interesting as you read the Bible and the history of God's dealings with mankind, you find that there has been a kind of progressive interiorization of God's interaction with people. It began in the Old Testament with a very exterior, very external sort of relationship involving miracles and a pillar of fire and smoke and so forth. But by the time you get to the New Testament, there's an increasing emphasis upon the inner witness of the Holy Spirit in our hearts, as Paul describes in Romans chapter 8, verses 16 to 17. In the Old Testament, God is described as revealing himself to his people in manifest wonders like the plagues upon Egypt, the pillar of fire and smoke, the parting of the Red Sea. But notice, did those manifest wonders produce lasting heart change in the people? Well, no, not at all. Israel fell into apostasy again and again with tiresome repetitiveness. So that in no way was making God's existence manifest or obvious through miraculous signs a guarantee that people would come to a saving love relationship with God. So if God were to say, inscribe his name on every molecule or place a neon cross in the sky. People might believe that God exists, all right. They might believe then that there is certainly a creator and a designer of the universe. But how do we know that after some time they wouldn't begin to chafe under the brazen advertisements of their creator? They might even come to resent such effrontery on God's part, thrusting his existence in their face. In fact, we don't really have any way of knowing that in a world of free creatures in which God's existence is as obvious as the nose on your face, that more people would come to know and love God and find salvation than do in the actual world. We have no way of knowing that or guaranteeing that at all. But then the claim that if God existed, he would make his existence more evident simply has no warrant or little warrant. And that undermines the claim that the atheist makes that the hiddenness of God is itself in some way positive evidence that God exists. I think we can reinforce this point by recalling what we talked about when we did the attributes of God and talked about divine omniscience.
Oh, I think he starts to talk about Molinism here. So really, his entire argument there is to say, Craig's entire response there is to say, well, we don't know that people being, although it's true that knowing that God exists is a prerequisite for entering into a relationship with him, we don't know that if more people knew of God's existence, then there would be any more people to enter a relationship with him, and therefore there's no substance to the argument. This sounds like a very weak objection to me, because it seems that the whole project of natural theology and Christian evangelism generally is predicated on the assumption that bringing more people to a knowledge of God and, you know, his desires for us and his plan of salvation, all this stuff, at least sometimes leads people to acceptance of God, right? So it seems like the Christian is committed to the belief that exposing people to appropriate knowledge at least sometimes leads them to acceptance of God and entering into a relationship with him. I don't know what principle the atheist has to appeal to there that the Christian wouldn't already accept. That the atheist is simply saying that at least in some cases, if more appropriate knowledge was made available to them, some people would choose to enter into a relationship with God. And Craig apparently is saying, well, we don't have any reason to think that. But that's been the whole assumption of like all Christian evangelistic activity and intellectual defense throughout history, including what Craig himself does. So how is that a mere assumption? It seems to be something that is entirely reasonable for Christians to say and to think in any other context, but now somehow is subject to dispute here. And all the more so because we're not talking even about human action here. We're talking about God's action, right? So it's not really speculative to state that if God wanted people to have knowledge of him in a way that was permitted them to have in a way that allowed them the best circumstances to choose whether to enter a relationship with him, that some people would take that up, right? I mean, are we really to think that God is, well, I guess the counter to that is no, because Molinism, right? Because God makes it so that everyone who would choose him under any circumstance is put in circumstances where they will have that opportunity. So I think that's really the only way you can get around this. Under any other system, it seems that some people are in circumstances where they don't find out enough about God or the right things about God for them to have sufficient opportunity to accept that, just as an empirical matter of the way the world is structured, right? And the only way around that is to say, well, God actually has so much knowledge. He has this middle knowledge that he's positioned people in the right places in time and space such that all of those people who would accept him under any circumstances are placed in a circumstance where they will have time or have the opportunity to accept him. And we've talked about Molinism already, so I don't think we need to rehash that here. But I guess the point is that unless you resort to that, the objection that, oh, well, it's just speculation to think that people finding out about God would help them to come to a relationship with him, it's just a really weak argument, right? Like, this is not accepted in any other context of evangelism or of apologetics or really any other instance of where anyone would think it's reasonable to say, oh, you know, even if billions of people came to a knowledge of God, like, you know, there's no real reason to think any of them would choose to enter a relationship with him. Like, that's just a silly thing to say. Obviously, we can't be certain, but there's good reason to think that at least some of those people would, you know, especially if God is there to guide the process and you know, make himself known in an appropriate way. So I just think this is really reaching on behalf of Craig to say that we don't have any reason to think that some of those people would enter into relationship with God, when it seems that we have very strong reason to think that. And the only real counter he can come up with is Molinism, which has its own problems, as we've already discussed.
Remember, we suggested that God may have middle knowledge. And middle knowledge is God's knowledge of what any free creature would freely do under any circumstances God created him in. And that also means that God would know exactly how people would freely respond to his evidence in nature, the inner witness of his Holy Spirit in their hearts, and so forth. And God would know what sort of evidence would be necessary to give to a person in order to elicit a free affirmative response to that person. So the answer as to why God doesn't make his existence more obvious may well be the case that he knows that it wouldn't do any good, that it wouldn't bring more people into a saving personal love relationship with himself than is actually brought about in the actual world. God, in his omniscience, via his middle knowledge, knows exactly what situations and circumstances to place people in with what types of evidence and what witness of the Holy Spirit in order to win a free affirmative response from the greatest number of people. And so it may well be the case that God simply doesn't care to just get people to believe that he exists. He wants to get people to freely come to know and love him and experience salvation. And by his middle knowledge, he has provided just that amount of evidence and work of the Holy Spirit in order to do that in the lives of persons who would freely come to know him. And God knows that if he were to give more, while more people might believe that he exists, it wouldn't really do any good in bringing more people to salvation. Also, the emphasis on the interior way, I think, is an important one to capture here. Alvin Plantinga, a prominent Christian philosopher, actually agrees and argues himself that if there is a God, such as is described in the Bible, then he would make his existence known to all people in such a way that they might come to know him and find salvation. But Plantinga therefore thinks not that God has provided evidence to everyone to help them come to know him, but that rather God has created us in such a way that we have a sort of innate faculty for coming to discern God's existence when placed in certain circumstances. And that would include things like the inner witness or conviction of the Holy Spirit. Jesus said that when he went away, he would send the Holy Spirit in his place, and that the Spirit's role would be to convict the world of sin and righteousness and judgment. So whereas evidence by its very nature will be limited in geography and history to certain...
I think you put skip this repetition in the chat so I can go to 28 minutes maybe.
Oh, well, I think actually there's not really much there that's 20 is just approximate. It's not the precise second, but I don't really think we actually need to watch any of the rest of the video because it was pretty repetitive. But I'll just comment on what he said there to finish that out, which is, again, he seems to, there's this speaking out of the both sides of the mouth here, which is that he says on the one hand, maybe God has middle knowledge, so he knows the circumstances that everyone would accept him, and so he puts people in circumstances that match that. But then on the other hand, he's appealing to Plantinga, who says that everyone has this witness of the Holy Spirit, and has sufficient knowledge on that basis to choose to come to have a relationship with God. And that, to me, seems hard to reconcile with what he was just saying about modalism. I suppose maybe you could come up with something, but they seem pretty different positions. But the other thing, though, is that, it doesn't seem... Well, I guess it depends what you think is the... it depends what you think the capabilities are of this sort of sensus divinitatis that Plantinga believes in, because the way that it's normally conceptualized is you might understand that there is some kind of being that exists, some kind of power, deity or something. But it's normally held that in order to have a relationship with God, you presumably need more than that. You need to have more specifics about how you relate to God and what his properties are, like, certain basic Christian theological beliefs, right, that Craig would say are important. And I don't know if this the sensus divinitatis is supposed to provide those. I mean, it seems just empirically that isn't the case, that people don't spontaneously come up with proto-Christian theologies across the world throughout history, that those sets of beliefs are transmitted in a very kind of ordinary way. So that seems to be empirical disconfirmation of one interpretation of what Plantinga is saying. But if he's not going to say, okay, no, the sensus divinitatis doesn't provide like specific theological beliefs, it just provides a sort of a general sense of God's existence and his desire to know you or something. But that just doesn't seem sufficient in order to have a relationship with God. It might be kind of a bare minimum, but it seems you need kind of more than that. And so what's the Chinese peasant supposed to do who maybe has a vague sense of divinity. But of course, then he has all of these other teachings from Buddhism or whatever traditional Chinese religions, which is how he interprets that belief set through. Is that going to be sufficient for him to enter into a relationship with Jesus? It seems not, right? Because he doesn't know anything about Jesus. He just has this sort of vague sense of spirituality, which he interprets through entirely non-Christian ways. Now, I know some Christians are fairly open to alternate ways of relating to God, but at least many traditional Christian beliefs, and I think more or less what Craig would say, is that you need to have a relationship with Jesus specifically, and you need to accept his atoning sacrifice for you, that's crucial for our salvation, and it's what God ultimately wants for us. In which case, it seems that a general sense of the sensus divinitatis that the sort of Chinese peasant might have, and then interpret through their local theological framing, isn't going to be sufficient to achieve that. And so the question then can be presented again, the question of divine hiddenness. Even if you think that God has given everyone who's ever lived some kind of general knowledge of his existence, that doesn't seem to be sufficient for them to relate to him, to have a relationship with Jesus in the way that Christians say is necessary. And so the problem then reoccurs. It's not just a question about the mere belief in God, but it's enough in order to have a relationship with Jesus in the way that Christians say is necessary, right? And so I think that this sort of general hand waving to, oh, well, people can know through this innate sense, just doesn't really do justice to the actual empirical evidence of how that works. Not to mention all of the people who claim not to have that experience and who claim to be crying out to God but have heard nothing. Of course, there's that side of things as well. So I think that it's really just not very satisfactory to make these sort of vague appeals that Plantinga does. I think that the best bet is really just, well, from Craig's point of view, the only way he can get around this problem of there apparently being many people who we have every reason to believe would be, at least some of whom would be willing to accept Jesus, but don't have sufficient knowledge or don't have sufficient understanding, is just to say, well, the evidence might seem to support that claim, but in fact, they wouldn't have accepted it because of middle knowledge, and God has put them in that situation. And so that gets around this objection, but then there's all of the objections that are presented by modalism. So I think in the end of the day, there's just no really good options here. You have anything to add, Nathan?
No, I'm just trying to please the chat. I'm distracted by the chat. Yeah, I'm just trying to get people to stop saying random crazy stuff. Like I think one thing that commonly happens is, I think it's just whataboutism, right? Is we're responding to one thing, and then someone's like, "Yeah, but look, I'm a Thomist, so what do you have to say about everything Thomas Aquinas ever said?" And it's like, we're talking about, we will do that. We have a bad apologetics on Thomism in the works, and we can only talk about one thing at a time. And then when we're responding to the Thomism one, someone will be like, yeah, but what about Craig? Craig says this, blah, blah, blah. There's even someone in the chat right now talking about making the Kalam cosmological argument, despite the fact that we have 50 hours or so of the Kalam cosmological argument, right? And obviously you can still disagree with us, but just saying, but just raising a premise from the Kalam cosmological argument or a contingency argument or something, obviously isn't engaging with our criticisms of those arguments. So, just go and do that rather than being like, yeah, but what about? Well, here's about it. Engage with the stuff that we've actually said rather than doing that. It's very...
Well, there are people who, if you're not talking about exactly what they think is the most important thing right now, then they get unhappy, even though they don't have to watch this video. So you can't please everyone all the time. But
just turn it off. Literally just pause it and go and do something else and come back when, you want to call in. Okay, call in when we do a call in, or send an email to set one up. And then
Nathan has heaps of call-ins. Go and pester him then.
And then you can just go and
I can watch them and laugh later.
you can eat some toast right now and not watch this because this is causing you distress. So you don't have to watch this. Okay. Let's go with this video then.
This is a pretty weak source, to be honest. I thought there was some sort of funny points in here. Maybe just play it on 1.5 or something.
Let's see. Oh, we were on 1.5 on the previous one with Craig. He must have been talking. He must have been talking damn slow. He was on 1.25.
Craig actually he speeds up a bit in some debates. Maybe when he was younger, he used to speak faster. I don't know. Although that video was nearly 20 years old now. But I sometimes forget that Craig can often talk quite slowly because I often listen to him on like 1.75 speed. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a good pace.
Well, Kevin.
Problem of divine hiddenness. And so you'll see in your outline, point number 2 on page 7, that I've got a discussion of this. And I want to give you a general statement of the problem and then unpack it a little bit and describe a way to respond. The general problem, you'll recall, is that people sometimes believe that the absence of evidence for God's existence is evidence that God does not exist. And the reason why they think that is because they think that if God did exist, there would be stronger evidence that he exists than there actually is. Now, this is one kind of problem for the skeptic, and it's another kind of problem for the believer. So it includes us all. For the skeptic, the problem is looking out on the world, contemplating his own experience, listening to the evidence and the arguments presented, and still feeling that it all comes up short. There just isn't good reason to believe that God exists. Now, he's got 2 reasons.
Do you know who this guy is, by the way?
No, it's just something I found.
Okay. Is he associated? Is this like associated with the launch of On Guard? Like, what was
Thanks.
On Guard?
I think it's just one of these conference things that they do.
Okay. Oh, he's a lecturer at Biola. Okay.
Yeah, he's a
believe that God
Biola
does not
bro.
exist. First, he has no good evidence, and he doesn't want to believe without evidence. That's his view. And second, he thinks that because there's no evidence, that is evidence that he doesn't exist. Because again, if he did, that is, if God did, there would be evidence forthcoming. Now, why does he think that? Because he thinks that God is the sort of being who would want his creatures to know that he exists. This would be a function of his love for humanity.
I think that this is true, but I think that the premise is going to be to enter into a relationship with them, and then the claim would be, and it's necessary to believe someone exists to be in a relationship with them. But
if God,
because I think that then I think that when you slide into this talk about like mere evidences and things like that, it takes away from really the real plausible part of this, which is about relationality, which is a core aspect of theism, right?
exists, then God is utterly worthy of worship, but wouldn't be if he wasn't perfectly loving. And that means he would want us to know of his existence and to be able to be in relationship with him on some level. That is something many skeptics believe. But believing that, they think that there is no such evidence, and so we have evidence that God does not exist. Now, that's a problem for the skeptic. For the believer, the problem is as follows. This believer thinks that God does exist, and maybe thinks there's very good evidence for the existence of God, and has frequently rehearsed the evidence for himself or others, and presented that and thought it very compelling.
As I do for all of my beliefs, I frequently rehearse the evidence for them.
Yeah, I thought it was funny the way he described that.
Does this provide a sufficient response for his own satisfaction in dealing with this problem of divine hiddenness? Well, a skeptic might say it shouldn't, and for the following reason. The skeptic might say to the believer, well, you think that you have ample evidence for the existence of God, and that's all very well and good, but I'm telling you that I don't. And that should be a problem not only for me, but for you.
I think this is
because
a good point,
the God
actually.
you believe in is the sort of being who would, if he wanted to, provide evidence for me, but hasn't, and if he existed, he would want to. So my lack of evidence overwhelms your sense that you have adequate evidence. You see the problem? So we should have some kind of answer to this, and I'd like to talk briefly about that. I'm not going to say much about 2.31, but it has to do with this idea. A non-evidentialist response would simply say that you can have justified belief that God exists, even if it's not grounded in what many people think of as evidence, like arguments for the existence of God. And Bill did a great job talking about one way to think about that when he was talking about how we have direct acquaintance with things like our own minds, the minds of...
So I think this is correct. And this gets to the point that I made in the first thing that IP said about this distinction between like evidence in this rational sense and evidence in this like kind of like more sensory kind of sense. However, I can't see how this helps, because then you say, okay, you know, your response to this person is, okay, you don't have good evidence in the evidentiary sense, but God is made manifest to you in your experience. And then you're like, no, he isn't. And what can you say to that, like, other than literally gaslighting the person and saying, no, you do have this experience? So like, no, I don't have this experience. Like, I can see my, you know, I'm experiencing my experiences, and none of them are like God exists.
Yeah.
of other people, the existence of a physical world, sometimes called an external world because it's external to ourselves, and so on. We don't try to give arguments for those sorts of things, and if we did, we'd fall short, but we don't doubt that they're true. because we do have evidence of a sort. It's just evidence that is direct through our acquaintance with those things. And it might be possible to have that kind of encounter with God that would give you that kind of justification for believing in God, but you wouldn't have an argument. And it wouldn't be evidence that you could give someone else because they would have to have their own encounter. That's one approach. But the evidentialist...
Well, this is a problem because it's not the case that it doesn't matter if you as an individual have that type of evidence, even if it does exist, because the force of the hiddenness argument isn't blunted by that, because everyone would need to have that type of evidence, right?
Yeah, which he said that, right? And then he just sort of didn't address it.
Really does want to say, but there is a way to talk about evidence for the skeptic who gets hung up on this point. And here's how I would do it. I would say start with the concept of God and emphasize the following two things first and foremost. First, that God is utterly worthy of worship. Now, God may not exist, but I think it is a conceptual truth that if God does exist, then this has to be true about God. If God does not exist, well, then there's something that is sort of the greatest thing that does exist, but it doesn't qualify as God just because it's the greatest thing that exists if it's not worthy of worship. So you could have the concept of God that includes this, his utter worship worthiness, and yet think that there is no God. Now, together with that is the second point, and that is that God is perfectly loving. You see, God isn't worthy of worship if he exists just because he's the greatest thing out there, all-powerful, all-knowing, and so forth. It's going to be because, in part, he is also omnibenevolent. So he's omnipotent, yes. He's omniscient, yes. But he's omnibenevolent. That is, he is morally perfect. And he wouldn't be worthy of worship if he was omniscient and omnipotent but lacked omnibenevolence, or so I think at least. Now, some people worship beings they call deities or gods that fall short of this conception of God because they don't think that this conception of God matches anything in the real world. So they're kind of stuck with a lower level reality, but it's the best there is. And I want to say it's a mistake to call that God if this is the right way to think about what it would mean for there to be a God, you see. So now then, having thought through the concept of God with the open question, does this concept answer to anything in the real world, that is to say really exists, I don't mean in the physical world, but just exists, we might want to consider what kind of evidence a being of that sort would provide if he existed and wanted you to know it. That's an interesting question. Now, there might be evidence that God sort of can't help but provide because of things he's done. If he created the universe and his fingerprints are all over it, you know, he becomes a suspect, and what can he do? You know, it's a consequence of creating the universe. Maybe it's a secondary fact about God's intentions. His real intention was just to create a world. He didn't really care whether people believed in him or not, but, you know, it kind of gives him away. That's a possibility. But what we're
really
considering
waffly.
here is not what kind of evidence there might be that God did exist, whether he planned it that way or not, but what kind of evidence he would give us if he was...
I feel like he's made the same point in like 50 different ways, right? Like, which is just to exposit the argument in like 6 or 7 different descriptions. Like he's already said what the argument is, and now he's like telling us again.
He's getting around to answering, and he'll get there.
Yeah. Okay.
Worthy of worship, morally perfect, and wanted us to believe. And here's what I think. He wants more than just our conviction that there's a God. You see, he doesn't want us just to believe a proposition. The proposition, God exists, is true.
Right, but do you need to believe that proposition in order to enter a relationship with God?
Yeah, same point again.
Now, if God exists, it is true, and it would be good to believe it simply because it's true. We are naturally, I should say, all of us, truth interested. And we are exquisitely evidence sensitive.
This is kind of the opposite of what IP said, but
Yeah.
whatever. I don't really know what he means by either of those statements, but whatever.
What I'm stressing at this point is to contemplate what this kind of being might provide in the way of evidence if he wanted us to
Isn't it interesting how you can justify the same belief in completely opposite ways?
believe in a way that mattered to him and not just to us. And all too many people settle for believing in the propositional sense, just tell me, does God exist or not, and let me get back to life. Now I want to give you a definition, my definition of secularism, a pervasive attitude in our culture today. I think that secularism is little more than an attitude that God, if he even bothers to exist, is irrelevant.
So this is tricky. Yeah, you go.
There's like 3 different things. First of all, why are we talking about secularism? I thought you were talking about divine hiddenness.
Well, though it could be. I think plausibly maybe this conference, you know, Christians, particularly Christian universities, there's a lot of dissonance in being a part of one of these things if you feel like you're in a secular world, whatever. So maybe the theme of the conference is like secular, being a Christian in a secular world. It could be. I'm just guessing.
That's a charitable read. Maybe it is, although it's still kind of irrelevant to what he was saying. But anyway, the second point is that that's a very odd definition of secularism. Secularism is usually understood as a political position, not a theological position about the importance of God. Now, I know it's sometimes used that way, but I feel like that's being unnecessarily confusing. It sounds like what he's talking about is more just disinterest, apatheism or something. That isn't really what secularism is. The third point I wanted to mention is the strange way he says, if God even bothers to exist. Like, that seems to just be like making the non-theist sound silly. Who says if God even bothers to, like, what?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think similar to your second point, that on the secularism point, I mean, maybe people who are secular, if they were directly given a questionnaire about God's existence, would, tick boxes that said the sorts of things that he said or something like that. But I don't think that anyone would be like, I'm secular, by which I mean, and then like there's a bunch of theological content there, like atheistic, specific claims about God's non-existence and stuff. Because I think it's more the disinterest in any of that stuff having relevance to the political stuff that's the important part of that, right? You could even be a theist and be secular. So it's just a little bit kind of odd. I don't know why I
just think it's a bad word choice for what he's talking about. It's already overloaded. Choose something better.
And so it can be an interesting intellectual exercise to contemplate the arguments and go through them all and then come to the conclusion, yes, God exists. But then just go on with your life. Acting as if it makes no difference.
So why is it that you do apologetics and give people arguments?
And why is it a problem for God to give people evidence if it's still quite possible for them to not be, have their freedom taken away? But surely some people who find out that God exists then can go on to have a relationship with him, right? They certainly can't do that. It's the same thing we were saying before. It's like there's apparently no downside. There's only upside. But yet still he doesn't do it. God doesn't provide the evidence.
It's just that even if someone is persuaded God exists, they may not come to a full relationship with him. It doesn't seem to do anything to dissuade these guys from banging on about arguments all the time. And that's kind of weird.
Well, that's what I was saying about Craig, where Craig says it's pure speculation that if people came to know about God, then they would, at least some of them would come to a relationship with him. That kind of undercuts the whole justification of his ministry, right? And apologetics is like, well, this is predicated on the belief that at least some people do.
Unless he were to say in some places, the primary purpose of this is not to persuade other people, but to help the doubting unbeliever. Yeah. Which I suppose is consistent. And once again, the bullets are bitten and consistency is maintained,
Yeah.
God is interesting.
But do you really want to live that way? Where like you have to like constrain your mind with biting all these bullets just to be consistent and live in this weird little shell is so horrible.
I don't know. Being a professor at Biola University sounds all right. Like from what I've heard, it's not the worst.
Maybe it sounds all right, but what about having atheistic orgies every day?
I forgot about that. That's true.
Yeah.
All the drugs and sex and everything else that we get.
In that? You see, when a skeptic says, the evidence should be there because surely God would want us to believe that he exists, he misses what kind of belief God would want us to have. It's not just propositional. It's also going to be relational. Right? God is going to want us. He's going to want.
So when he says it's not just propositional, it's also relational, he makes it sound an awful lot like he recognizes that the propositional part is important for that relationship still.
Yes, which is, kind of not really responding to the objection then.
We want to have our hearts and not just some aspect of our minds. But he might not be willing to provide you with evidence that will, in a way, force you to worship him, which wouldn't be worship because you wouldn't be doing it freely.
But he just said before that people aren't forced to make up their mind.
Yeah, the evidence wouldn't force you to be in a relationship.
He said people can believe it and then still not do anything. But now he's saying it would force you. It's talking out both sides
See, a
sides
worship
of the mouth, right?
worthy being who is perfectly loving.
What's the actual phrase for that? It's like they give something with the left hand while they do something with the right hand. Do you know
Yeah,
what
I think there's a few different versions of the saying. I don't remember exactly.
Left hand while the right hand. What is it? I'm just getting a load of weird stuff back from that.
Well, the way he phrased them, that's right.
Something left hand, something right hand.
Cannot be worshipped except freely. And so he can't present evidence to you that would, in effect, force you to go through the motions of worship if you really didn't want to.
How can it
And
force
so
us if we
I
don't want to?
believe
This
there's
is
kind of
just self-contradictory. You don't want to, so don't. But it would force you. How? Well, it just does. Shut up.
Evidence that God can give you that I cannot, that no one at this conference can, but that I have, and that many people do, that God alone provides, but only under certain conditions. And those are conditions
There's always conditions.
that God wills. We have to be willing to be submissive to his will, come what may, understanding that he is worthy of our worship and perfectly loving if it should happen that he exists. And that
So
is a
what
very
is it that we
important
have to
question
believe
ask.
about God
I
before we
debated an
can know
atheist,
that he we have to be willing to submit to his will and know that he's perfectly loving and something else that he said, all before we know he exists. This is the same problem with IP again. You have to believe this long list of theological beliefs about God before you can even believe in his existence. It's extremely strange.
A couple of years ago from the northern part of the Midwest, but we were in the South where we did the debate. And after the debate, where I had made this point, we went way into the early hours of the morning at a Denny's next door to our hotel talking about this point. And I said, would you at least be willing to say, if God exists and this is what it means for God to be God, then I would happily seek to fulfill his will, whatever it is, come what may. Because after all, we're talking about a perfectly loving God who wouldn't want anything but your best.
Yeah, but even if you answer no to this, like, because why would you straight away? It's still going to be required, and that it's still going to be required for you to develop that relationship. It doesn't help this move.
And you know what he said? I would choose not to do that. And I said, can you give me a reason for that? He said, no, it's just my choice.
Oh, well, this guy's an idiot, so who cares about what this guy thinks?
Well, I'm not sure I believe that this is an accurate reporting of the conversation, but that's just me. I mean, who knows?
But even if it is, like, who gives a fuck what this one guy said?
Yes,
like,
that's also true.
And that's my
And he said, no, I would rape children. Like, okay, great. What does that mean for the hiddenness argument?
Well, it shows that people won't be forced to follow God, even if they did believe it, hence raising the question as to what the downside is supposed to be.
Yeah.
point. But he said other people might make that decision, and it wouldn't be irrational. Very interesting concession. And I think that the kind of evidence
Very interesting. This is your life on atheism.
that God provides,
As compared to us, what did he call themselves? Truth, evidence sensitive, and truth something. What did he say?
I don't remember.
Oh, he used like truth, not adjacent. Truth seeking, evidence.
Oh,
sensitive,
truth sensitive or truth interested, I think it was.
Yeah, truth interested, evidence sensitive. Yeah.
And the way he says
Those
truth, you know that he spells it with a capital T as well.
Yeah. Unlike these atheists who are clearly not truth interested, evidence sensitive, because this guy is not responding to the evidence and is uninterested in truth. So,
even though we fallibly move towards God in this way, is through our conscience and our experience of moral truths and moral reality, our own failure and our dependence on a holy God to live our lives. So I want to commend to you the availability of evidence that God himself can give you, but only if you come to that with the right attitude, because he will not coerce belief.
the thing is, this just sounds like there's actually an empirical claim at play here, right? Which is like, if you then sort of like try to have a loving relationship with God, evidence will become available to you, and we can just run that experiment, surely, right? Like we can and see.
Well,
you know,
there seem to be reports of people who, for all intents and purposes, are apparently very sincere and who report feeling, that God doesn't speak to them, that God is absent when they call to him, right?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like,
it seems to be falsified.
Just take a bunch of atheist philosophers, we'll get them to like sincerely pray to God, ask for his help, and like go to a church service or something, and then in the afternoon we'll get them to think about the arguments for theism and see if they come to different conclusions, right? And surely we should expect them to come to different conclusions because they have tried to love God beforehand, which is what we're told is required.
Of the sort that issues in worship. And if you're content to just believe a proposition, then he might just say, fine, listen to Guyvet. If that's all you want. But I want to say that's not all there is. You understand the importance of that?
Yeah.
Christian
Okay.
Leith. Yeah, the guy was very unconvincing.
He seemed nice.
So those are the videos that I wanted to go through. I think I just had a couple of other points from the Stanford Encyclopedia, just sort of things to mention. Maybe you could share the document, because I found that article to be quite well written.
Do you want to share the Stanford Encyclopedia or the document?
No, just what I put in the Google Doc.
And go from here.
A bit further down. We've already talked about that stuff.
Where your cursor is?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can move my cursor. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. So we've talked about some of the different classes of people who fit into the category of people who might be non-culpable non-believers or whatever it is. So including honest seekers of truth who remain agnostics and atheists, members of cultures that lack the concept of a personal God. So many Chinese people would fit into that category. Hunter-gatherers before recorded history, and those who've lost their faith and would like nothing more than to regain it. I think that's an important category of people as well, because it's not like everyone who leaves religion is, gleefully running to the sex shop when they do so. Many people are very sad and distraught to have lost their faith, and as it says here, would like nothing better than to regain it. So you need to factor in the theist, it seems, has to just sort of say that, well, all of these people are really insincere, which it just seems very implausible, at least to me. And yeah, so Schellenberg's saying, what's the probability of all these hundreds of millions of people that none of them would be susceptible to a relationship with God? And that's why I don't find Craig's argument that there's no reason to think that if these people had more of a knowledge of or an opportunity to relate to God, that none of them, there's no reason to think that any of them would come into a relationship with him. It just seems really implausible to me.
Yeah.
And now the paragraph below that I thought was interesting as well, because it's sort of, I've taken it a little bit out of context, but it's responding to some objections to why God might permit there to be ambiguity or an absence from God, kind of like IP talked about. I think it was IP. He quoted someone else talking about the need for soul building and for God to be absent and for trials and things like that. And I thought that this paragraph here just explicated my sort of concerns about that very well. So it says here, we might well argue that these explanations, so these explanations is referring to these sorts of like soul building type defenses, right? These explanations provide no good reason individually or collectively for God to permit non-resistant non-belief. That's because the good states of affairs they appeal to can be accommodated within a developing positively meaningful, reciprocal and conscious relationship with God, or because the benefits of such a relationship with God exceeds the goods that these explanations appeal to, or because more generally this sort of relationship with God is the greatest good, and so God wouldn't pursue lesser goods at its expense. So essentially what it's saying is, look, whatever good that you want to say comes from God being absent or hiding himself, first of all, it seems that good should be able to be obtained as part of a relationship with God, given how good that is supposed to be, or just the fact that there is so much good from a relationship with God, it's kind of supposed to be the best thing that there is, right? That it would overwhelm whatever goods are supposed to come from the absence of that relationship or from God withdrawing himself. And that's kind of what I think as well, that the burden really here is on the theist to provide a plausible explanation as to why this overwhelming good of a relationship with God is not sufficient to justify God, doing everything that he can and providing all means possible for us to enter into that relationship. That they argue all of these sorts of things are like the soul building stuff or to free will or whatever it is. They come out of the woodwork with all of these, I think, fairly lame excuses of things that are supposedly better than having a relationship with God and cannot be done in the context, or at least initially cannot be done in the context of relationship with God. And I think that they don't appropriately respond to this aspect of the objection, which is that, look, even if you think these things have some value, is it enough to justify the absence of having that relationship with God? And can't God have both of those things at the same time? What's preventing him? It really does, to me, come across as the cosmic red tape, the cosmic bureaucracy that somehow prevents God from achieving his ends. So yeah, I thought that was just well expressed in that paragraph there.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of last little points here. So I put these are separate sections in the encyclopedia article: argument from the demographics of non-belief and the argument from natural non-belief. These are kind of variations of the argument. So one appeals to the fact that it's not just that there's people who are apparently have non-resistant non-belief, but the lumpiness of their distribution across the world seems much better explained by essentially naturalistic processes than anything God would be inclined to do. As it says here, the patchiness of theistic belief has everything to do with the notoriously haphazard play of human culture and politics and nothing to do with God. The messy uneven data have a messy uneven causes. And I think that that's also, this is sort of related to the problem of many faiths, that when we look around the world and we see the way theological and spiritual beliefs are distributed, it seems to be much better explained by this messy set of social and political and historical processes. And it doesn't really seem to be what we would expect if there was a loving God who wanted everyone in history to relate to him.
But here's an alternative explanation, which is that there is a loving creator who has knowledge of conditionals in the subjunctive mood, such that all of those people who are born in those societies would not have been responses to evidence were they born in these other societies. And so
you give the Molinism response, right?
Yeah.
And we've already talked about that. I don't feel like going into that again. But yeah, I think that that's in some ways the only response one can give. Consistent with certain
but then the question is kind of like, what's motivating this as a response, right? It just seems
how plausible is it? And what's the motivation?
It's purely like trying to resolve these difficulties, but I don't think it's motivated in a sort of principled way.
And I think it has other problems. I think the grounding problem is very severe, and I think that it undermines a notion of sort of human equality. If you actually think that God lumps all of the bad people into certain cultures,
the foreign ones.
Of course, the foreign ones. What do you think we're talking about, Andy? Come on. And the last one here, the argument from natural non-belief. So this is an appeal to the fact that early humans, sort of evolutionarily speaking, before civilization even, they lacked a concept of God in a way that we would understand it. I mean, they probably engaged in nature worship and they had kind of spiritual beliefs, but they didn't have a concept of a single person or God who wanted to have a relationship with them, at least as far as we have any evidence to say. And it seems that many such humans failed to believe in God or anything like that, and that this was sort of naturally occurring and non-resistant. So this is, I guess, referring to a subset of people who would be non-resistant non-believers, but a particularly problematic one because it seems that these were the earliest humans. And we can ask questions about why does God design a system of evolutionary adaptation where the very earliest forms of humans don't have any access to having that relationship with him. And only much later does he introduce himself into history in a very historically and geographically restricted way, like through his chosen people, right? And maybe you say, well, he sent, maybe you say that the Buddha, for example, taught some truths that helps people to connect to God in a way, but he clearly didn't teach the most important things, like that Jesus came to save everyone or would come to save everyone, because Buddha was before Christ. But so God is just kind of, I guess the meta point that I'm making with these sorts of objections here is that if you believe, as many Christians seem to, that God's purpose in creating the world was to give a place for humans to live and have a choice, to exercise their choice about whether to follow God or not, and ideally choose to enter into a loving relationship with him, and that God's purpose, as we saw from that Bible passage somewhere, John, I forget where it was, that God wants everyone to be saved and have a relationship with him. God just seems to be doing a really crap job of bringing that about. The earliest humans had no concept of God in this way. And there's further questions about exactly when did humans enter into a cognitively cognitive capacity of being able to enter in that, like, because there's a gradation of from humans evolving from great apes, so there's kind of that problem there. And then when God does decide to enter into like to make himself known explicitly, he only does so to a very small group of people. And just either neglects entirely or predominantly huge swaths of humanity throughout much of history, and doesn't provide most people who have ever lived with sufficient understanding of or access to knowledge about him in order for them to enter into that relationship. And even today, where there's much more information available, still many people don't have enough knowledge to really understand what accepting God and entering into a relationship with him would mean. And there's still all this lumpiness around the world, which is really hard to understand if God's whole purpose of having us here was for us to enter into a relationship with him. It really seems to me that all of this is much better explained by humans being a man-made phenomenon, which develop in response to social pressures and historical contingencies in different societies. Yeah, there's some commonalities based on human tendencies to project agency to inanimate objects, which is manifested in nature worship and spirit worship and things like that, and then to sort of generalize those into greater and greater gods. But there's no overall actual plan from an actual supernatural being who's let alone omnipotent being, whose purpose is to ensure that we have all of this knowledge and can come into a relationship with him. Why all this patchiness? Why all this thousands of years of people not knowing things that they should know? Why all these people living in different contexts who don't have the empirical evidence or the experiences that they would need to enter a relationship with God? You'd expect God to be doing everything he could to make things better for us in the sense of being able to find him and come into a relationship with him. But it just seems like he's really bad at his job, or he's got all these like bureaucratic constraints and red tape that he can't do anything about, guys. I'm sorry, like I tried my best. I don't know. So when I look at this side of things and think about history and the distribution of belief, and I just don't see the hand of God. I see just indifference. and overall, I conceive that as I see that as very strong evidence against the type. It's not evidence against any type of God, but it's evidence against the type of God that like many Christians, Muslims, and others claim to believe in. Because I just don't see him, or if there is a God who's managing this, he just seems to have done a really poor job. And it's not the sort of God I would trust to worship, because he seems more like one of the Greek gods who is kind of just like a human with a bit more power. He just sort of makes a bungle of things and then runs off and lets someone else worry about the problem.
So I think that what you're saying there is the best explanation. However, I think that there are ways that people can do this for anything, but the immediate ways people will think of sort of like pushing back against this will be to appeal to like stories of sin, right, and things like that. So it's going to be like, even though literally all of the empirical evidence that we have tells us this story that people didn't have this belief in monotheistic creator and so on and so forth in early human communities. Well, the reason, how do we explain that? Well, one explanation might say, well, because these religions are just developing naturally over time, and so people hadn't come up with these types of concepts, and they're in different social and economic contexts, so they have different languages and thought worlds. So that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is like, well, this original sin thing has happened in some sense, and like something metaphysically has changed about the human mind such that, and people have been dispersed around the world, their language is scattered, and then they've become very sinful. So there's been a flood that's killed them all. They're just so sinful that they no longer believe in monotheism in the right sort of way. Like that's one way of explaining the data, I guess. But
I don't think it really explains it. For a start, as I've always said, the original sin is still God's fault in the sense of he set up the system.
I'm not saying that
it would
there's
work
further
that way.
there's further plot holes. There's further plot holes, and you can get into like debating those points too. But I guess like it's just a plea to the person whose mind is doing this. It's telling them to like think about how sin can make sense of this, to just really assess which of these explanations they think is better just for that data, like the one where it's just natural origins of religion versus like this sin explanation where everyone's kind of in denial and to some degrees and different degrees. Just try and set your biases aside and look at which of these is a better explanation of just this data that we've got, right, and update based on that.
Yes, and I quite like, well, in some ways I don't, but in some ways I did like IP's analogy of the three daughters and the absent father, right? Because what it does, I think, do when evaluated appropriately is illustrate how there's a dissonance between the language that many Christians use to describe Jesus, God, and their relationship to him. You know, as a heavenly father, we have a relationship with him, and he cares about us, and he wants to help us. And, you know, the image of people hugging Jesus and this sort of very familial, very intimate, personal relationship that they always talk about on the one hand. And then on the other hand, think about
what it's actually like.
what that relationship would actually look like if we described it in the same terms. Like if we described it in human terms of a relationship, just like the Christians tend to for the nice side of things. But if they describe the other aspects, like that, well, no one's ever actually seen this heavenly father. Well, no one who's alive, at least, has never actually seen this heavenly father. And he doesn't even write to us, right? He relies on letters that people who met him wrote a couple thousand years ago that we read, and that's sufficient for us to have a relationship with him, right? And he relies on these sort of vague feelings that you kind of not really sure exactly where they come from, but you kind of hope that they're directed to him. And he doesn't really seem to make any effort to actually interact with us in any direct way. It's always sort of indirect and subtle, at least for most people, you know, and all of these other things, right? And if you put that in any other context, it sounds horrible. Like, oh, that's abusive, right? Like that's a negligent, neglectful, abusive father or parent, right? But somehow it's not seen that way, because whenever you press those aspects, in my experience, they'll just say, oh, but you can't judge God by our standards, right? You know, he's higher than us. You can't demand these things of him. He doesn't have these obligations. But the problem is, if you're going to use the language of a familial relationship, of a loving father and having a personal relationship, then it seems that you are importing the set of assumptions and the sort of schema for what that looks like. And it seems like they're unwilling to do that. It's like, well, if you have a relationship with someone, they make an effort to reach out to you and engage with you on your terms and in a kind of an obvious way. You don't have to guess whether they're actually there and sort of infer what they've said from things that were written thousands of years ago or vague impressions that you have. Like, that's not what someone does in a loving relationship. That's really kind of sucky, actually. So it's like, whenever it suits them, they appeal to these sort of intimate, loving relational terms. Whenever it doesn't, they dispense to them and say, no, those aren't appropriate. And then they appeal to like judgment terms and divine transcendence over us and all of this sort of stuff. And I think that the language is just really inconsistent. You could, of course, say, well, God's just far above our knowledge. In some aspects, the language is appropriate, and some it's not. But that just sounds like special pleading to me. And it sounds like that they don't actually have an account of what's going on here. God wants to have a relationship with us, except that he kind of doesn't do the things that you would expect anyone to do if they actually wanted that relationship with us. And the reason he doesn't do them, well, these sort of vague theological flourishes about free will or something that are never really articulated. It's never really articulated what goods God is supposedly achieving by, well, creating in the first place, but also having a loving relationships with us, and what then goods that are achieved by not having that and by being absent from us that allegedly produces an even better good than we would be able to actualize if God just had a more direct relationship with us. And it's all sort of left vague and undefined, and it's just appealed to sort of like some of the quotes that IP put up, where it was just sort of these vague references to freedom or allowing us to choose, and it doesn't actually explain anything. And this is what I often feel quite frustrated about with these theistic accounts. A good example would be Swinburne's book that we went through, where it's all extremely, or most of it's very vague references to things that sound kind of vaguely intuitive, but they're never actually cashed out in any detail. It's like, oh, if there was a loving God, then they would kind of want this, right? They'd want us to be free and, participate in his creation. Oh yeah, that sounds kind of nice. But like, well, hang on, but would you expect that? Like, what does it actually mean? Wouldn't you expect God to do this other thing? So I feel it's all really underdeveloped. And when it comes to the case of divine hiddenness, the problem is that many people just don't think through the issues carefully. They are satisfied with these sort of, in my view, fairly empty platitudes. Oh, sin or free will or whatever it is, or, soul building, whatever the phrases are that they like to use. And they don't really think through, like, what would someone reasonably expect under the two different proposed explanations of the evidence. And that's, I think, how we should think about it. There's this evidence about the sort of distribution and historical development and experiences of people with religion. And what's the best explanation of that? Is the best explanation that the simplest and most explanatory hypothesis? Is it that there's an omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent God who is directing things in this way, and this is the best way he has to actualize the most good? Or is it the atheist, naturalist argument that this is all a product of human design and social and historical forces and idiosyncratic occurrences? And I mean, my view is that if you make that evaluation, it's pretty clear that the naturalist explanation of religion fits those facts better, at least on that. At least with respect to these data. You might say, well, there's other data that we can appeal to.
Yeah.
And, that's the people saying we should be talking about the Kalam or something else, right? But at least on these data, I find it really hard to understand how someone could say, no, this is what actually we would expect an omni-God to have produced, that this sort of lumpy messiness and a lot of absence is what we would reasonably expect.
Yeah. I think there's also sort of like practical consideration here from a type of reasoning that persuades a lot of people, is that there's some kind of unique selling point to Christianity, such that everyone has like a Jesus-shaped hole in their heart, and they need a God, but so they need like a relationship with God, right? And this is the purpose of human, man's created for a relationship. That's why people lack, and so forth. And it's the idea that then what you would expect, right, is that the nature of that relationship would be something that's incredibly profound and deep and moving in people. But the fact that there's this kind of religious ambiguity, even in people who are believers, who are kind of like justifying the hiddenness stuff, it seems like that's not actually the case, right? That there's not a whole lot of sort of obviousness to God's existence. If you buy if you buy this kind of like hiddenness point, or that the world is religiously ambiguous in this way, it's not clear how it is simultaneously that this relationship with Jesus or God that's supposed to be so good is this obvious thing. It seems like it's more a weird kind of maybe even a projection or something, like who knows what exactly is going on, but it's not like this obvious, important, immediate thing that people experience. And I think that this comes up well with specific questions that are offered to people. There's a conversation I remember Pine Creek Doug had with John Depew a few years back. John Depew, who's a pastor, and one of the questions he asked there was like a comparison between, well, like with you're sat down at the dinner table with your husband, and what does he look like? What does he smell like? What does he taste like? And then the other question was like, well, so you have a relationship with Jesus? Yes. Right. Okay. So what does he smell like? What does he taste like? What does he look like? And it's like, well, you can't kind of answer any of these things because it's not like any normal relationship. And I think that the fact that fact is better explained by it being, some kind of false belief people are persuading themselves into, than that they have a genuine relationship with this entity who's oh so powerful and important and so forth, but then manifests in this like lame way that's actually indistinguishable from maybe not being there or nothing, or is hidden in this kind of way.
Well, it's an interesting psychological phenomenon as to what this relationship means to people who experience that. And I mean, I genuinely think that is very interesting. But it does. A relationship needs to be two-way, but it seems like these sorts of people, at least from the reports I've heard of them, the relationship is very one-way. It's about how they feel and about how they feel that God is speaking to them or acting in their life. And they may, of course, pray to God, right? But there's not really anything. It's really just about them interacting with their feelings and the way they interpret events in their life, and that isn't like other relationships at all. And really raises questions about whether it's even appropriate to use that word. If it's it's a relationship, except it's not, because it's so different in many other ways. Well, is it a relationship then, right? What exactly is this? And it really comes across to me, without being derogatory, as when people talk about a relationship with say Jesus or even if it's other religious figures, it's really a form of comfort they derive from a story they tell themselves about their own life, effectively. The stories can vary, of course, and people have somewhat different beliefs about that. But it's a feeling of sort of comfort that comes from a narrative they tell about their life and how it fits into some kind of bigger picture. someone there helping them in some way, or to rely on, or something along those lines. And in that way, you can understand how people find this valuable, but that's not a relationship.
Yeah. Well, you know why they call it a relationship?
Why?
Because ships sink. Eminem.
I mean, they don't always sink, right?
Yeah, I don't know what point I was trying to make there. I was just just being stupid. Okay, so
I think that's about all I've got.
Yeah, I think that's it as well. I mean, obviously, we're kind of a little bit on the defensive with this bad apologetics, in the sense that we're kind of just showing that a lot of these apologetic responses are just pretty lame, and that they don't do a good job. And I think there's also a second thing, which is like there's quite strong evidence in this for these kind of meta-philosophical claims that we make about the status of apologetics, wherein it's just not up to scratch in terms of thinking about these things clearly, engaging with the literature in like a good, honest way. Like, people who are actually concerned about improving their views on these sorts of topics shouldn't be really listening to these apologists to get their information, because rather than it being an accurate representation of the arguments themselves, or a careful, considered way of thinking through them, even if you're going to end up disagreeing with them, instead it's just kind of like this project of throwing shit at the wall and trying to get some of it to stick, right? And that's an issue in terms of the types of sources that you choose to trust and so on. So that is one thing. I still think that the thing I said at the start, which some people in the chat kind of ignored, I'm not that persuaded by these arguments because of these problems that I have with the types of theistic concepts that they refer to. But I do think that if you buy some of these assumptions and things, there are considerations in there which probably should move the dial in favor of atheism over theism, right? Like, I think there's all sorts of like kind of plot hole, or it makes it much harder. So if you're going to be a theist, I think you have to kind of buy this concept of a God existing and specify some content to it and stuff. And so now from within that, there's all of this evidence that becomes, I think, very hard to explain if you do buy that. So I think at least what the argument does is it makes the project of being a theist very difficult. That's it.
Oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure you finished that. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's actually quite a lot of issues like this that I think present problems for theists, or for particular forms of theism. And divine hiddenness is one of them. Problem of evil is another, and there are other theological viewpoints as well, such as the incarnation that's specific to Christianity, which I think is a major problem, which is very hard to make sense of. And so I don't think any of them are decisive, but I think these things all feed into my lack of belief, is because I just ultimately find that these theistic worldviews don't do a good job at explaining, as I said before, explaining the empirical facts that we have, and postulating God and all of the other elaborate sort of metaphysical architecture that's necessary around that. Like in the videos we talked about dualism, for example, and all of and particularly the near-death experience ones, where they have to make all of these sort of torturous appeals to how this is the philosophy of mind and everything is supposed to work, is just not that you have to believe in those if you're a theist, by the way, but just as an example of the sorts of things that need to be introduced. I think it all represents a very high kind of metaphysical cost, and for, I think, very little to no benefit. So I do think a divine hiddenness is one of the compelling arguments against at least a God who wants to have some kind of loving relationship, or wants us to believe particular things.
Mm-hmm. Right. So is that it for this episode then, do you think?
Yeah, nice short 4 hours, I think.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay.
Short and sweet, in and out.
I will say as well, actually, I'll probably will at some point later in the week do a call-in specifically on this topic then, to give people the opportunity to voice their concerns about our views on this topic. So I'll probably be like Thursday, Friday, something like that next week that I'll do that. So
were people grumpier than usual? Like, I feel like this is not the most contentious topic we've addressed.
I think we had more theists than usual in the chat, which is in some respects welcome, But the problem is that then they found it very hard to stay on topic. And started like, so there's one guy who's a Catholic, and he just keeps like saying a bunch of stuff that's unrelated. Like, he was very upset about the fact that we weren't like providing some kind of exposition of Aristotle, for example. And it's like, well, that's because here in the 21st century, we're engaging with apologetics as it manifests itself in contemporary discourse, and one of the features of this is this divine hiddenness problem and responses to it that apologists raise. So sorry, we're not going to talk about our views about the metaphysics of act and potency and random stuff Aristotle said right now, though we do that in other places, and we'll
get around to doing Thomism one day.
And then just like other people
really
raising
sad.
other things. And then there was one person who was particularly upset that we weren't engaging with like Paul Tillich, and like I'm like, well, we're both aware of the existence of Paul Tillich and some of his claims. Like, I've got some criticisms and stuff he thinks, but I'm talking about this right now, right? You know what? I'm also not refuting Marxism right now. And I'm also not talking about, like why certain types of engines are better than other types of engines. Like, there's all sorts of things you can talk about, but I'm talking about one of these things right now. And that's all we can do.
I've experienced this as well. It's a, I don't know if there's a particular fallacy for it. Probably there's a name, but
I think it's just a relevance fallacy. Like, it's what about?
Well, that's what. Yeah. So if you're talking about a different topic, that's whataboutism. But specifically, it's something like the "Have you read this?" or "You should engage with this" response, which is not changing the topic. It's just someone else who's written or commented on the thing that you're talking about. And the problem with that is, especially when it comes to apologetics, there's always more of those than you could possibly read. I mean, even if you spent your whole life studying it, you still couldn't read all of them. And this is not what I spent my whole time doing. So I find it frustrating, not because like I do like to be exposed to actually good substantive arguments in literature. That's good. But when it's used to undermine, or when it's used as a response to an argument, like I'll make an argument for something and then someone will say, but you didn't engage with this thinker or this article that someone wrote. That doesn't actually respond to anything particular that I've said. It's not actually a response to any content. It's purely saying that you should have engaged with this material. It's not even necessarily saying that there's anything novel in the material. There might or there might not be. It would be like, it's better if you say there's this version of the argument that you didn't respond to, or there's this counter and you can find it here. Like, that's giving an objection and citing the source. But it's when you purely cite the source and don't even really say anything about why it's important not to have engaged. And that's just really annoying, because you can just do that forever and not actually actually have a discussion.
That's it. Is that I think the spirit in which these criticisms are being offered, to me, demonstrates that they're not like good faith objections a lot of the time, because what it would be to say, oh, I can see you guys are doing this BA where you're like responding to Craig and IP on divine hiddenness now. Here's something, here's like a way that Thomas Aquinas engaged with it. Would love to see you do a video on that, or something like that, right? Like, you can refer to a source or say, but also show that you acknowledge that when we have a planned stream on a particular topic that's relevant to apologetics, we're not just going to now divert our content and change it on the spot to engage with something that you're interested in right this second, right?
And we already talked about this. You can't demand that God interacts with you on your own terms, and that applies to us as well. We don't have any obligation.
That's and it's like maybe in the context of a call-in or something, it's like, well, the direction of that is more malleable because the audience calling in like kind of get to determine what their objections are, and so the conversation is going to be slightly different. Or if you set up a conversation on a specific topic, but we can't respond to everything and at the same time, it's going to be, I'm sorry, sometimes you may not be interested, and you're free to not watch when you're not interested. And like in the Discord, I've got a channel called Content Suggestions and Video Review Suggestions. You can, put links to things there, and we can go on with it. Philosophy Visualized fellow Australian James says, are you guys going to look into negative theology and how that relates to divine hiddenness? Not right now, but I actually think that a good topic for about apologetics you know how there's that Oppie book describing gods? I think that we should probably do something that looks at, firstly, like these kind of like meta problems with theology generally. So like concepts of God, the ways people use language, and also the way that people build concepts and intuitions, which featured so heavily in these arguments, and whether or not like there are good methods in place for, you know, because people are often like build these very specific, what they consider to be a priori conceptions, and then say that certain things follow as predictions and stuff. And I sort of think that a lot of this is post-diction and hindsight bias and very convenient storytelling to build these concepts for very non-specific amorphous concepts like perfection. It's not clear, you know, like, is it more perfect if I hold this here or here, like, or you know, and yet people will want to make specific claims about physical states of affairs from things like perfect that I don't think make any sense. So the point is, I think it would so negative theology has a bearing on this, because this is a response from people who are theists that contains views about what can be said of God and so forth. And so I think broadly there's a topic in this area that would be good for us to do in a BA at some point, would be my response to that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Right. So, another Aussie as well. Everyone's bloody Australian.
You put us here. I mean, well, I suppose not all of us, but most of us.
Me personally as well.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I want to announce. Well, yeah, everyone's here knows of the fine-tuning video that I released a couple of weeks ago, a week ago or so. Finally got to the first one of these sort of edited shorter forms. So ask and you shall receive. It just might take a few years, you know, all in good time and God's due course, you know, you have to have faith and all this sort of stuff. So that was fairly well received. So I will do some more of those. It takes a bit of time, obviously. And
have you finished your PhD yet?
Well, that's what I'm doing spending most of my time doing. Aiming to finish within the next 6 months. So should finish this year.
Nice.
And
the book on naturalism, reductive.
Yes,
naturalism.
well, that's proceeding slowly but surely when I have the time. Yeah, I'm hoping to take a bit of time off after I submit to work on that. But yes, that's in the works as well. There's lots of things to do. But yes, that's. I've also noticed there's a few like there's so much. Cameron's putting out so much demon and alien stuff these days that I don't think I can cover all of it. But
did you see his Luke Barnes video only got 2,000 views, and he was quite upset about this.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Well,
and it's because you didn't call in. You should have called in.
Well, first of all, it wasn't a very convenient time for me. But the other thing is that the guy you spoke to, who was the gatekeeper, said that there's a list of people who are not allowed, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be on that list. So.
I don't know. You might not be in the Pine Creek corner of the internet.
Well, I know my comments are shadow banned from his from Cameron's channel, because whenever I write anything there, it's never nothing ever happens. So I'm pretty confident that, and plus I have tagged Cameron on a number of occasions, and so I haven't seen that one. What does he mean by that? Is he going to?
I think that this was after the live streams, and I think, and I might be wrong, that this is related to me and Doug trying to call into his live streams.
Oh,
it's either that, or maybe it could be because of the person who got in and shared whatever they did, like porn videos or murder videos or something like that. I don't know.
Was that an atheist, or is that just a troll?
Well, yeah, that's true. It's hard to tell, but it's difficult to imagine they're a big fan of Cameron, whoever they are.
Oh, true, but I guess they might just be a random. Like I had, it happened in the talk that I gave, that I posted up. We had someone just calling in and saying random slurs and things.
And then we have, I can't take William Lane Craig seriously anymore after he said God can end the lives of children. But anyways, like I was saying, I'm definitely pro-choice. So
that sounds like a good faith argument.
Yeah, so I get the point that he's trying to make here. He's trying to say that if you're against children being murdered, well, then you shouldn't be pro-choice. I mean, look, firstly, presumably people are going to think that, you know, fetuses being aborted are not children. So that's going to be where you disagree. But the second issue here is I'm genuinely not clear if Cameron's stance here then is that if God commands people to commit genocide, it is good. Like, is that where he's going with this? Because that's one way of like thinking about this, right? Like of understanding where this joke's coming from is like
So there's an
okay,
inconsistency
actually,
that's highlighted here, right? So
Yeah,
one
yeah.
way to resolve the inconsistency would be to say, yes, William Lane Craig is wrong about this. He shouldn't be saying that God can end the lives of children or has commanded that. And
But it seems
likewise, we should be against pro-choice.
Mhm.
And in which case you're being critical of William Lane Craig. On the other hand, you could be saying, well, look, Craig is right. God can end the lives of children. And also, I guess it's fine if you're pro-choice. It seems like either way you take it is not what he would actually, is not what Cameron would actually think. So
yeah.
I don't really know what the point is. Although this is a common thing where people identify inconsistencies of their opponents, but don't make
Think
it clear
through
like
the point they're
what
making.
side, because it seems like either way that they could potentially, it doesn't always happen, but I've noticed that as well. Anyway, so I think there are a few videos of Cameron that I would like to respond to when I get the chance, and also some other of my favorite Christian internet apologists. But yeah, he really does seem to be doubling down on the aliens and
they're
demons. And
yeah, but I think this can be understood by him being in like an American context where the epistemic landscape of America is so fucked by the politics, and all of these issues are bound up in like weird religious prejudices, and you know, like the David Grush's testimony about UFOs combined with like UFOs are actually demons and stuff. Like it's all mixed in to this really messed up way of assessing evidence, I think. And you kind of have to buy a lot of these things because a lot of your fellow religious people have become like crazy MAGA cultists and stuff too. So
yeah, the whole space is, well, a lot of the space is kind of going down the toilet. We'll see what happens. So what's on the horizon for you, Nathan?
I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously, I'll do a call in this week. I think I've got some emails from people about setting up conversations, so I want to do those too. And something I've been meaning to do is I want to go back to setting up some interviews with people. So there's a guy called, do you know Nick Chater? The Mind is Flat. He's a cognitive scientist / neuroscientist. Has some interesting stuff on mind and language that I think I'd like to interview him about. But yeah, I'm not that sure, to be honest. I've been focusing quite a lot on a lot of work stuff and then trying to learn stuff because I'm going to start this master's in cognitive science next year. So doing that part-time and studying a bit more statistics and stuff in preparation for that. Yeah, that's it for me, really.
All right. Well, I'm going to get going. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Nathan, for having me. Hope you found this interesting.
Au revoir.
Take care.